Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, and happy St. Patrick's Day. Welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council business meeting. Today is Tuesday, March 17th, 2026. It's 9 a.m. We are in the John Netz Community Wing of City Hall. I'm calling this meeting to order. If you could please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and a short moment of silence. If you have devices, please silence them at this time. Thank you so much. Please be seated. Ms. Cook, please call the roll.
Mayor Norris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Pontieri.
Present.
Councilmember Gambaro. Here. Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to begin today's proceedings with proclamations and presentations. The first proclamation is designating February 28th as Rare Disease Day. Is there anyone here to accept the proclamation? This is usually Mr. West. I think he had an appointment this morning. He couldn't make it. So we'll read the proclamation, take a group picture, and we'll get it to him later.
Yes, sir. Proclamation for Rare Disease Day. Whereas there are nearly 7,000 diseases and conditions considered rare, each affecting fewer than 200,000 Americans in the United States, according to the National Institutes of Health. And whereas, while each of these diseases may affect small numbers of people, rare diseases collectively affect an estimated 30 million Americans, which is 1 in 10 people. And whereas, many rare diseases are serious and debilitating conditions that have a significant impact on the lives of those affected, and whereas millions of Americans have rare diseases, but fewer than 500 of the nearly 7,000 rare diseases have FDA-approved treatments, and whereas individuals and families affected by rare diseases often experience problems such as diagnosis delay, difficulty finding a medical expert, and lack of access to treatment or ancillary services. And whereas the National Organization for Rare Disorders is organizing a nationwide observance of Rare Disease Day on February 28, 2026, and whereas thousands of patients, caregivers, medical professionals, researchers, and others across the state of Florida will participate in that observance. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that February 28, 2026 be officially designated as Rare Disease Day. Signed the 17th day of March, 2026, Michael Norris, Mayor.
We'll get a quick picture and then we'll move on to it. And please post this, Brittany, and get it to Mr. West if you don't mind. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone on the council have anything to say concerning that proclamation?
No, Mayor.
Yeah, this is the second year of me doing this. And January of last year, my sister, she passed away from cancer, and well, several forms of cancer, but there was one of them that was a rare form. So I understand the emphasis that Mr. West likes to place on this. And if you could, we post it and tag their organization. Reach out to Mr. West if you want to support the cause. Okay, we'll move on to the second proclamation, which is Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Do we have representatives to receive this proclamation? Come on up, Miss Virginia. You can do it.
It's really Cedar Bridge.
Okay, are they here? Okay. You got to hop up. We move quick. If you're here to accept the proclamation, please come up here to the dais and stand with the city council. Come on. Come on up.
All the way up.
All the way up here.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll have everybody stand up here while we read the proclamation. I'll present it, and then we'll give you the mic, okay? Good morning.
Morning. Morning.
Thank you guys so much. City Manager?
Yes, sir. Proclamation, Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Whereas developmental disabilities are a diverse group of chronic conditions caused by physical, learning, language, or behavioral impairments that manifest before the age of 22 and impact a person's ability to perform everyday activities and live independently. And whereas developmental disabilities affect approximately 1 in 6 children in the United States and millions of adults, including conditions such as autism spectrum disorder, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, intellectual disabilities, and other neurological and genetic disorders. And whereas individuals with developmental disabilities possess unique strengths, talents, and perspectives, enriching our communities and contributing to the vibrancy of our society. And whereas, despite their contributions, individuals with developmental disabilities face significant challenges, including access to education, employment opportunities, health care, housing, and independent living resources, underscoring the need for increased advocacy and public awareness. And whereas Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month, celebrated in March, is an opportunity to raise awareness of these challenges, highlight the achievements of individuals with developmental disabilities, and promote respect and equitable opportunities for all. And whereas Cedar Bridge Foundation, a nonprofit organization, is committed to empowering individuals with developmental disabilities and their families through advocacy, education, life skills training, and social programming designed to enhance independence and promote a sense of belonging. And whereas we recognize that fostering understanding and inclusion is a shared responsibility that requires collaboration among families, caregivers, educators, employers, community leaders, and organizations to break down barriers and build pathways to opportunity. And whereas the City of Palm Coast reaffirms its commitment to creating a welcoming, equitable, and inclusive community where individuals with developmental disabilities are celebrated, supported, and provided with opportunities to thrive. Now therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, that March 2026 be officially designated as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month, and encourage all citizens to recognize and celebrate the abilities and accomplishments of individuals with developmental disabilities, support local organizations and initiatives that advocate for their empowerment, and foster understanding and inclusion in every aspect of our community. Signed this 17th day of March, Michael Norris, Mayor.
Center. You ladies are more than welcome to make a statement if you please.
Mayor Norris and the City Commissioners, we want to thank you for making this Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. We are really appreciative to the community for all their the assistance that we can get through our group at Cedar Bridge Foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. There are many, many resources within our community. I had a neighbor move up, family friend, Chloe. They were not here a month, and I reached out to Virginia. She reached out to the Cedar Brook, and she got into a program quickly, and that just shows the power of our community when it comes to those with special needs. So if you need help, reach out and ask, and the help is there for you. Anybody else on the council have anything to say?
I'm just really appreciative for our community. Wow, I'm really loud this morning. We need to get that fixed. Really appreciative of our community and all the outreach that we give to so many of our folks who just need some assistance, or just the community at large to be accepting and to help them with some of the resources that they may not know are out there. So really appreciative for this proclamation and making our community more aware of how wonderful we are for folks that really just need these extra resources. So really grateful.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on the
I
council?
would
Yes,
just
sir.
say, as old as I am, it's great to see how things have changed over the 84 years I've been alive. Back when I was younger, people with disabilities were shunned and not given any opportunities. Now, we're trying to make everybody part of the community on an equal basis.
Thank you, sir. With that being said, we're going to move on to the next presentation, residential roadway speed limit reduction. Yes, sir.
Morning, everybody. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly, the first couple slides. So if you guys have questions, please let me know. This has been going on for a few years, and it's been through council several times as far as moving into different programs. So this is pretty much a study to reduce the residential speed limits from 30 to 25. I'll go through, and we are doing something now with the collector roads, which is the traffic calming, and you'll see how everything ties together. The agenda is basically, it's the process we use. So those 4 steps is what we did in traffic engineering to come up with the ability to be able to reduce the speed limit. The speed limit governance standard, residential roads shall be posted at 30 miles an hour. That's pretty much set by Florida. And there are exceptions, which is what we're looking into. That's what the study was for, to be able to reduce these speeds. The investigation that was done, because it has to be done by an expert, was done by Kimley Horn. They provided the data. I think that was back in 2022. And so you can see how long this process has been going on. It came to a head, I guess, a few months ago from the vice mayor. She had some questions about it. And from that point, traffic engineering started getting more involved with it. And you'll see that as we go through the slides. The standards, which are going to be the next 2 slides, are what we're bound to do in order to do the study properly. It uses the manuals that we had to use from FDOT, and it sets the tone for what we can and can't do as a city. The first thing you have to do for the studies, you have to have an investigation. It's required, and it has to be done by an independent person, which was Kimley Horn. They went out and spent several hours, many hours, several months, I guess, looking at all of our roads, coming up with a procedure of what we can do, because there are strict guidelines in order to reduce this. From that investigation, the findings that we came is you have to reduce to the nearest 5 miles an hour. So we have an 85th percentile speed. For the 30 mile an hour, to reduce to 25, we have to be within 3 miles an hour, and that's the 85th percentile. And our residential roads met that criteria. The collectors did not. The collectors, what we did is we came up with the traffic common plan, which is currently going on now. So we had 2 separate items to look at from the study, and it branched off. So this presentation is basically on the residential roads of reducing. What we found is our 85th percentile did warrant us to drop to 25 miles an hour. We could go down, I believe, to 20, but you have to be within 3 miles an hour. So ours hit the number where we can only go down to 25 miles an hour. We also looked at injuries. Now, on some of this, we had 7 possible injuries. We weren't sure, so we added them into the numbers. So when you look at the crash data, over a 5-year period, we had 5 major injuries, 20 minor injuries, 7 that we assumed were injuries, no fatalities. So in the residential roads, an accident would be classified if somebody was riding their bike, somebody had a parked car, and they went into the car. That gets flagged as an accident. So a lot of these accidents with the pedestrian were from people not paying attention on bicycles. So that number, even though it shows 34, the real number is greatly reduced from that, but it's all part of this study. We went through the speed limit reduction implementation. Florida owns 30 miles an hour. So what that being said is, we're not allowed to blanket and say Palm Coast is going to be a 25-mile-an-hour city and not put signs up. Because of the 30 miles and now we're reducing it, we're forced by Florida law that every time you make a change from a 30 to 25, we must post a sign. So we don't own a criteria for making 25, plus 30 is the set standard by FDOT, and that's what we all have to abide by for the state. We're going to have to change all the signs. I have C-Trail up as an example. All those different diamonds marked where we have to add signs. So when you look at a collector road of 30 miles an hour and you come off the side roads, where you come into these roads and where they exit have to be posted. This ends up bringing us to a total of about 2,400 signs that we would have to create to put throughout the city.
Can I just interrupt real quick and
Sure.
ask a question? So just for clarity, the results of the study say the collectors cannot be reduced.
Correct.
The results of the study say that the residential roads off the collectors can be reduced.
Yes.
Currently, we do not have signs on the residential roads because all of it within the collectors is 30. Is that
That is
correct?
correct.
So
That is
right now,
correct.
we have signs on the collectors, and that means that if you enter a collector and then turn off, it's still 30 miles an hour.
Yes, because Florida owns 30 miles an hour, so we don't have to post them for the residential.
So if the study had come back and said the collectors could be 25, then all we'd have to do is change out the collector signs to 25 and we'd be good. But because there's a differential, we now have to post signs at every single residential road.
Yes, and if we have a long enough road, you might have to post more.
Right? Based
So,
on FDOT
as a
standards.
reminder,
So 1,700 roads, 2,400 signs. essentially.
yes.
Okay.
So this slide breaks it down. If we go out to bid, we use the statewide average from FDOT, and it comes out to be almost $1.3 million. It doesn't include the bond money or mobilization, so it's quite expensive. We had another option if we do it in-house, and that option would come out to be approximately $550,000, but it does require a full-time person to be on staff to do this. And no matter what option we end up using, all future expenses for sign maintenance for all those signs would be on the city. So originally, when we had a conversation, we were talking about the microsurfacing money to be used for the signs. Looking into the study, there's really been no fatalities, and people are driving below the 30 miles an hour on the residential roads anyway. That's why we were able to flag it down to 25 miles an hour
On average.
on average, in the 85th percentile. So we have the speed cushion study now for the collectors. If we have a problem with that, we're looking into possibly doing this cushions to slow down, and then this would be another argument for reducing the speed. But there's a thing like we call logistical fallacies. Just because we put a sign up doesn't necessarily mean they're going to drive that speed. We have a lot of do not enters, no left turn signs that people still do what they do. So putting these signs in, for the most part, over my 40 years of doing this, most people will drive what they're comfortable driving at. So they're already driving slower. We really don't have any issues as far as serious injuries and fatalities on the residential roads. And it will cost pretty much $1 million, plus we have to maintain forever.
Who maintains the signs now?
We do, the city,
And what's
Department
the
of
difference?
Public Works.
It's just more? We'll just have to maintain more? That's the point?
Yes.
Okay. So it says here that retrofitting an existing sign is not recommended due to the reflectivity inconsistency at night.
That is correct.
Is that in theory?
No, that's, you got to put it on where it has the microprisms on it, so the light bounces back. We can buy that type of paper. That paper, I think there's different layers of it that you can buy, and we'll put it on. We are going to use that. It is expensive to use, and we don't really fabricate signs, but it is something that over the 18 months that it will take DPW to do it, I'm sure we'll get better as we go.
So did we price out what that would look like if we were able to do that successfully?
Yeah, we're looking at probably $600,000 total, hiring somebody, spending the 18 months. That would be, I have it down as the materials would be almost $420,000. The labor to install and make everything is about $128,000. If we go with some of the signs that are pre-made, that'll add another $80,000 on it if we have to do something to speed it up. But for the most part, we're dependent on a printer to make the signs. I think we can make, at best, 20 signs a day. But if somebody gets pulled away, or if the machine breaks, it's a $30,000 machine to replace. So there's a lot of moving parts with that. I mean, if we end up going this way, I would probably want a contractor to do it, be done with the sting and put the signs in and they're up, rather than have it drawn out for a year and a half or more.
So the price that you've given, though, for us to do it in-house for option B, that's putting in new signs, right? That's not retrofitting.
That is correct.
Okay, yeah, sorry if I was unclear. My question was, have we priced out what it would be if we were able to retrofit?
Oh, just putting a new shield, cover on it?
Yes, sir.
I would imagine, let's see, the material is $175 for the blank, so you still have to do the blank signs. So I'm assuming it's still going to be in the $400,000 range. The only difference is we wouldn't have to buy posts and the anchors for the posts, so we would have to take the sign down, put a new shield on it, and put it back up. So the material cost is still going to be the same.
I've got a question though. We're talking about retrofitting, but we're also saying that these are not existing signs, so they have to
Oh,
be new
that's true.
signs.
Correct.
Yes,
There are
that's
very
correct.
few on the side streets. There are some
Be
throughout the
limited.
city,
Yes.
but
We
there's
can retrofit.
minimal signs we could even potentially redo, but it's not a recommended approach to do it, but there's very small number.
Did we put in for a safety improvement request through TPO for call for projects for this?
I believe that was mentioned in one of our meetings, and it was brought to one of their meetings at the TPO through planning. I'm not sure how far we are with that. I'm being told through the dollar amount, though, it's probably going to be a low priority from other things that have to be done. But I know that was being handled by the planning department.
Okay, yeah, so I had talked to TPO, and they suggested that we put that in.
Okay.
With the premise that they could find some money. They do safety improvement projects specifically. Typically, it's an intersection improvement that, you know, we've identified as a dangerous intersection, things like that. But this could also apply as well.
I was hoping.
Not sure if the accident data would support that, but for what we're looking at, if we do it in-house and if we could get some help with them, that could, you know, reduce, you know, $200,000 would reduce the cost for us by 40%. So
Yes.
I would like us to pursue that aggressively, because I think there's money there. And the way they talk to me about it is that they're willing to work with us to tweak our application so that it meets the criteria for TPO's traffic safety improvements, so that we can get some money.
God, I will reach out to planning on
The
that.
reason why, just for everybody, is I struggle with trying to take money from microsurfacing or any other thing that we have budgeted with this, because the accident data, while anecdotally we can say we've seen accidents within the residentials, the data says that there are accidents, but they're typically not life-threatening accidents, whereas our major problems are on the collectors and on the major roadways, Belterre, Palm Coast Parkway 100. So I want to make sure that we're putting the money to the highest ROI use of it, rather than taking it away from something that may be more effective to put it on these signs. So seeking other money is important.
They do also have the Safe Roads for All. I guess it's SS4A. bond grant that's coming out. But I was hoping to try to focus on some of our crosswalks. So there's a bunch of things when we have our meeting I'd like to go over, because I don't think this is.
No, and I
supposed to,
understand,
but-
that just like when we do our legislative priorities, we understand that, there's 20 things we can ask for, but what's realistic and what we can get back. And if we ask for too much, maybe we get nothing because they look at it like we're just overwhelming them with requests. So I understand trying to prioritize our asks, but I had a specific conversation with TPO, and they mentioned that they'd be willing to help with this. So I'd like to see if we can pursue that and get that request in to maybe get a little bit of money here. I think their call for projects just ended, so if we didn't get it in before then this would have to be something that's asked for on the next round of it.
Sir, was that the end of the presentation?
It was.
Could you go back to the accidents?
Sure.
There you go, right there. And what is the period for this data?
It was 5 years, so it was the last 5 years of data that was available.
So, and it showed, and we have had fatalities. Someone hit on an e-bike, hit by a truck. That's not in that data?
It wasn't on a residential road. We're
It
only
was-
looking at
Yeah,
the
that's on
residential roads.
Belterra
Okay.
and a side street.
Okay.
That's a good point to bring up, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I was going to bring it up at the end with, we know the accidents that have occurred, especially the tragic ones, here in our community. It's just, this is specific to residential roads.
Yes, sir.
And those collectors typically are through roads, so anecdotally, I don't know what the evidence says, but I feel like people speed more on those roads because there's no stop signs, there's no turns that they're necessarily hit. They're trying to get in and out of that neighborhood, so those are the roads they kind of fly on, at least from my,
Like Whiteview, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we're making all those improvements on Whiteview.
Yeah, unfortunately, what I gather is that we have a lot of residential roads, obviously, where go for a long span, and then you've got what I call the finger roads kind of coming off of them, right? And so presumably the data that was collected is on average. So the speeds that are taken, in other words, we're not making a difference between those smaller side streets where people don't really have the opportunity to accelerate the way they can on some of those longer stretches, right?
That is correct.
So unfortunately, my concerns come from the roads where we do have the long stretches, not the little ones where you've got maybe 10 houses in a cul-de-sac. There's not enough space for people to accelerate to a dangerous speed on those, and I think those are affecting the data from what we're seeing on the more dangerous streets where you can really get up some speed on a long stretch. And unfortunately, we don't have streets with sidewalks on both sides, and it's dangerous, and it just concerns me. And I'm with you, Councilman Miller, on not wanting to take money from, or being hesitant on taking money from microsurfacing to put towards this. I would like us to try to get some grants here, try to get some assistance for safety improvements, because I am concerned, and that page that you've got up right there doesn't say any fatalities yet, but I don't want us to be having, and I've said this before, I don't want us to be having this conversation a year from now and it be because there's a fatality on one of these long stretches.
I think, to your point, the unfortunate thing, and tell me if my assumption is wrong, but because of the way FDOT defines these, we can't separate out those longer roads with these shorter runs. So they all have to be treated together in terms of speed limits. So if we're going to do those, we have to do them all. So it's a decision that's based on everything, even though we want to fix a portion of it.
You do understand, though, with your same argument, the longer roads will also generate the speeds, as you're saying, and the 85th percentile is still below 30 miles per hour. So I understand the shorter roads add the lower speeds, as you say, but apparently the longer roads are also driving at a slower speed. And then as we're looking at stuff to make things better, I'm looking at improving some of the crosswalks because at Belterra Elementary and Middle School area, there's a yield rate of only 8% after the crossing guards are gone. So there's nothing here, but we have other issues like that where that's well below the national average. and we can get those areas up to 96% where little kids are crossing the road, where that's where I was hoping to put the money towards, to try to emphasize and get different items there where kids are crossing to go to school, because 8% yield rate is like a quarter of the national average without anything. So when we look at everything, I just want to let you know, as we pigeonhole and we're trying to get everything to make things safer, the traffic group is looking at the whole picture, and we are recognizing different things.
Yeah, no, and I can appreciate that. I'm obviously an ROI and data-driven decision maker. I'm going to push back on you a little bit on the speeds, though, because I specifically remember looking at speed limits that were taken back when they initially did this, and all the backup data had the actual average speeds that were clocked, and they were at 38, 40. Some of them got pretty high on some of those long stretches. I specifically remember it. So I understand the on average argument. And, you know, I would like to see us be able to do this, but we have limited monies, and it's tough when you've got to do 2,400 signs, because there's, I would say, probably 30 problem streets in the city. So,
What did you have, Councilman Sullivan?
Yeah, I would just say that I first was hearing the briefings on this last year. My immediate thought was, yeah, we should reduce speed on the residential side roads. But when you look at the return on investment, I think we're still probably better off picking out the critical areas where there is danger, crosswalks, things like that. Also, I think sometimes when the children in area signs go up, that can help a little bit to remind people that this is a side street and you know, children present, that kind of thing.
Are those
We
city
don't have
signs?
sidewalks and gutters on these streets. It's always going to be somewhat dangerous, but when looking at the big picture and the fact that you have to do this total changeover, if we could change everything in the county to everything in the city to 25 miles per hour, it would actually be cheaper, actually, than
Right.
doing this. But that's not the way it works out. So I've kind of changed my mind. I think what you've been saying is look at the critical areas, the more critical areas where there are crosswalks and children going across and things like that, where we can make improvements. We don't have a lot of bus stops either where we've made improvements, where children get picked up by buses and things like that.
that's a whole different rabbit hole.
Yeah, there's, I mean, the problem is the same problem we have with everything.
Well,
the
I'm saying
easements
there are a
and
lot of issues.
We don't have space to develop those in a way that makes those safer.
Yeah, and I think we got an enforcement issue too. I mean, we need more traffic enforcement.
That's the other thing, is that when you change these as well, then the expectation is further enforcement, right? It draws more sheriff's deputies into the residential areas rather than the areas of higher traffic incidents, which are the main roads.
Remember what the sheriff said about it's got to be 5 miles
And then 5 miles an hour
speed
as
limit
well.
before they'll
Well, and
stop anybody.
And that's my concern, right? So right now, the speed limit is 30. That means people go 35.
35.
It's functionally 35. So, I mean, that's fast for a kid on a bike. Oh, it just makes me cringe. So, I mean, it's still a concern. I think we do need more traffic enforcement. I appreciate the extra motorcycles that were added to traffic enforcement last year when we granted the sheriff his budget requests. Obviously, we're going to have another sheriff's budget to consider this year, and I just really hope that we can get some more enforcement on the roads, because we have, to your point, Councilman Gambaro, we have seen fatalities. Maybe not on these roads, but specifically with folks on bikes. So,
Councilman Gabriel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've gone through the effort, you know, we've spent resources to do this study, right? Because we wanted to see what the facts look like. My assumption is that a lot of these figures and points of fact are required for us to be able to apply for grants, correct?
Yes, planning actually just asked me if I could get a consensus from the council for grant money from the TPO, so we could still pursue that.
Well, what I would argue is, let's go to the federal government. I mean, we've got Derek Bars working directly for Sean Duffy at the U.S. Department of Transportation. I mean, you know, again, use us as a weapon system, right, to you know, for the benefit of our city. And so let's because we have this data now that there is justification for change on the residential roads, You know, it may not be out of the bucket of money that we have set aside right now, but certainly we've got the justification to potentially go after grants, not just at TPO, but others throughout the state and I think at the federal level. So I think we have options there that I think we need to continue to explore to see how we could potentially fund making this kind of a change.
Yes, sir.
What's the current status of the speed calming devices? Are we still surveying people to see who wants them?
We have, I believe, 5 active roads. We've collected data. They're compiling all the information because it has to meet all the criteria. But I'm surprised it's only 5 roads out of the 70 that was on the list, because we are in the middle of March and it's been active since January. But we did launch that as, I guess, the other hand to what we're doing here today.
Do we have in stock any of those devices?
Yes, sir.
The tables or the cushions?
No, we don't
Oh,
have,
I'm
we don't
sorry.
have either of those in stock.
I
don't
thought you
have
meant
any
the ability to get the data, because we have the cameras and we have the recorders, so we're taking our own data. But no, sir, we don't have any of the,
Right, we haven't finalized the analysis to see if they're meet the criteria to actually install them yet. So once we have that information, we will come back to council.
Okay, and we have a good distributor, Logitech. Are you guys happy with that product? Maybe not the type that we put out there on some of those roads, but
Yeah, depending on how many we do, we may go out to bid, but that is that's the one that we used last time to purchase them.
To your point, Mr. Mayor, there's an application website out there for this on the city website. So you can go through, read the criteria. I believe it's got the list of the eligible roads on there. You can put in an application, and I've received some emails. Hey, when is this live? It's out there, so we can start this now if you have an issue on your road that you believe that. But in terms of that, there's criteria for what roads qualify, as well as there would need to be a 70% approval rating via petition that will be sent out to, I believe we settled on residents that are on that road, as well as only the sole access is through that road to their
is
street.
correct, sir.
And so there would have to be a 70% approval rate, because we don't want something that's like 52% and then we put it in and then that shifts the other way and then we have to pull them out. We want that to be unanimous approval, supermajority approval of the residents in that area that they want these, so that we don't have the issue later of a request to pull them out, because people's opinions maybe have changed over time about them. So it's out there if anybody is looking to pursue that.
is Laramie one of those streets that's came forward and said they needed?
I don't know offhand, sir.
Okay.
Burroughs is not.
Well, it's just,
It's
that's a
just a
major
collector.
feeder road up in the L section. So,
Mr. Mayor,
yes, go ahead.
just for staff's clarity, could we get a consensus of council exactly on what you're going to be directing us to get accomplished?
I think we have consensus to keep pursuing money through like the TPO and federal levels.
Yeah, I think I would approve. I would pursue this if we can get some money from somewhere else. I'm not sure I would pursue it if it's all had to be paid for out of our budget.
Yeah, but that's, I'm thinking is not budgeted in, but still pursue those grants and anything that we can get through.
I agree. I do think that we need to go after, this is one bite at a time, and go after the most dangerous intersections. And because it looks like the gross product is just, it probably does not really provide efficient use of the funds.
Yeah.
Not based on everything else we have to pay for.
But I do feel that those speed calming devices have been effective, especially on Florida Park Drive. And I know if we can get that, the closer we get them bringing that to fruition, and that's lower cost to us. So is that the consensus of the council? Keep pursuing, but not dedicate any funds in this budget cycle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well,
And specifically pursue TPO and any funding at all.
yes. Matching grants or whatever we can get. It's really,
Not limited to
Yeah.
but
just those.
but when you look at,
Can identify.
when you look at the numbers, bang for the buck, it's not there. We'll open this up for public comment real quick if anyone has any comments.
Mr. Mayor, I had a further staff follow-up. So the L section roads that are eligible for traffic calming are La Mancha Drive, Laguna Forest Trail, Laramie Drive, and London Drive.
Okay, Laramie is one, because there's a lot of kids up there. Okay, yeah, we're going to open this up for public comment real quick, just for this specific presentation. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Duarte.
Jeannie Duarte, I agree. Focusing on crossroads, sidewalks, crosswalks, and grant funding is essential. It's an unnecessary expense right now. We have a lot going on in our community, and you already mentioned that people are already driving slower than the speed limit on residential roads. Is there a study included in here for those little bumps, those little reflector alerts, bumps? Are they part of the study?
No, ma'am.
How come they're not part of the study? Because they draw attention when drivers go over them. It wakes them up. It gets their attention to slow down. So on those long hauls, those might be beneficial to put, and they're non-evasive, so they're not going to stop an emergency vehicle from getting through, but they do make noise, so that's a potential way of helping slow people down. And I think removing these 30-mile-an-hour signs from areas, especially when they're right next to a speed bump, that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, could we look into those? You know what those are, right?
That comes with surfacing.
Huh?
Yeah, that comes with when they resurface, if they put those reflectors in.
Those little bump things? Yeah, maybe use some of those. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment concerning this item? Yes, sir, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Everyone supports safer neighborhoods. Nobody here is against protecting families, children, or people walking in their communities. But after seeing the presentation, I think it is important to look at the bigger picture. According to the city's own numbers, there are over 2,300 signs that would need to be replaced. Depending on the option chosen, the cost could be anywhere from around $500,000 to then $1 million, along with many months of staff time. So the real question becomes whether changing a number on a sign will actually change how people drive. Speed limits tend to work best when they match the design of the road and when they are consistently enforced. Otherwise, many drivers simply continue driving the speed the road feels designed for. Changing behavior is the real challenge. Before we commit hundreds of thousands of dollars and nearly 2 years of staff time, I think residents would appreciate seeing clear data showing that this change will actually improve safety, because good policy is not just about doing something. It's about doing something that actually works. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir.
Mayor and Council, Kirk Whittington. A few suggestions on this. Placement of the signs at this number, I think, would change the atmosphere of a residential neighborhood. It would make it look more commercial, more industrial. I'd ask you to keep that in mind. Is the difference between 25 and 30 miles an hour really that important? If somebody's late for work and they're going to speed, do they really care? They don't. In my neighborhood, most of the speeders are late to work. That's the people we get coming through that fast. My house is right on the main road. A straightaway, I see them coming by. I don't think this is a good expense in that regard. I don't think speeders are going to care what the speed limit is. I don't think they're going to care what a sign is. Finally, whose yard are you going to put these signs in? Are you going to put it in my front yard? If that sign had been there when I bought the house, that'd be different. Now you're going to put a sign, I understand right away, but you're going to put a sign in my front yard. What is that going to do to the value of my house? What's impression are you going to give new buyers as to the neighborhood? Are you telling people that there are a lot of speeders in the neighborhood? I think matters of speeding belong to the Sheriff's Department. I think Sheriff Staley and the deputies need to enforce speed limits. That's their job. And Councilman Miller, you said you had a lot of people who are writing you and asking about this. Maybe a police car could park in their driveway. People wouldn't really know that they're there for speed enforcement. They think they're answering a call. They could simply roll down their window and put out a gun and get the people coming by. If they want to stop speeders, then they need to do it themselves and help. I would encourage you to not do this, to not spend the money, to not put up new signs, to not change the speed limit. It won't make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Webb.
Morning, Mark Webb, Palm Coast. Some of you know I'm very passionate about this issue, have since I've lived here. I live on a street with no sidewalk. It's now very dark in the mornings due to daylight savings time. I have witnessed young children with backpacks walking a half a mile in the middle of the street to get to a school bus. How does that conflict with the amount of money, energy, and effort of the school crossings with flashing lights, police, guards, but yet we don't even consider how does that student get to the bus? I want to also point out, as the Vice Mayor did, every study presented over the past 2 years for road calming demonstrated that people were driving faster than the posted speed. It's documented, it's available. I don't know whether he was exposed to it or not. We also have heard from our sheriff clearly that they do not support or will ticket unless the traffic is over 5 miles an hour. So going from 30 to 25 effectively does nothing. It does not provide a motivation of people. My suggestion is now, and has always been, to change it to 20 on the back streets. Those streets that don't have paint lines in the middle, they don't have sidewalks. I also want to point out that in accordance with Florida Statute 316.130, you're not allowed to walk in the street. You need to walk on the shoulder. Says it very clearly. I don't know about the rest of you, trying to walk in the swell of the shoulder of my road is nearly impossible due to very loose soil. This needs to continue to be discussed, and I appreciate you guys making that effort. But as the Vice Mayor says, do we want to wait till there's a hit? Do we know what the injury factor is between a pedestrian being hit at 20 and being hit at 30? 5 times the increase of life-threatening injuries just in those 10 miles. And every survey in the last 2 cycles have come up with safety and enforcement are concerns to the citizens. And I'm sure we'll find that in this next one. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. You got the guidance you need?
Yes.
Mr. Coates? Okay, with that being said, and we will have the sheriff here when it comes up budget season, and I'm not happy with some of the numbers that were presented last time as far as enforcement. So more enforcement. If you want to lower the speeds, more slaps on the wrist is the way to do it. I understand trying to give out warnings just for educating people, but sometimes you got to, make them pay. So with that being said, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is public participation. I will advise everyone that this is just for items not on the agenda. I repeat, not on the agenda. If you have issues with an item that is on the agenda, you will have time to speak once we cover that item. Please refrain from any defamatory comments and wait until the presentation is supposed to be one contentious item on the agenda. So please wait until that item is presented to the council. With that being said, we'll allot 30 minutes for public participation. If you have anything that's not on the agenda, come forward.
Jeannie Duarte, the charter is clear. Section 3E requires voter approval for any major financial obligations. In 2024, voters were asked by a current seat on this dais to remove that charter safeguard. They said no. Yet a $330 million bond was approved, and a council seat within the election window was not placed on the 2024 ballot, nor was a special election called. Yet the seat remains appointed. The mayor vacancy language was altered, as well as other items in our charter without any voter-approved ballot. That altered charter was recited by the city attorney August 27, 2024, and provided to the Charter Review Committee, while now accelerating the charter review early with appointed seats still on this dais. The city has already confirmed that it has been in test mode at least since May of 2025 for changes made to our drinking water system. Do not sit up there on that dais and present Google research and expect the public to accept it as fact. The factual data and transcripts have already spoken for themselves. Ms. Pontieri, you are an attorney. It is not your job to provide compelling closing statements on behalf of the utilities. It is your job to protect the health, safety, and well-being of the citizens of Palm Coast. I speak from documented facts. I am requesting charter compliance, a written clarification of stated actions that were stated above within 3 days, and that the charter review be tabled till the 2028 election when the council is fully elected. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yes, sir, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Palm Coast encourages public participation, but recently I received a message from a resident who told me they will no longer comment on the city's Facebook page because they feel they became a target after speaking up. They explained that code enforcement began showing up at their property frequently to check for violations. They also said they are now being required to replace their driveway culvert while many others on their block remain broken or collapsing. Whether the city intends that perception or not, the fact that residents feel this way should concern all of us. Public engagement should never make someone feel afraid to speak. Residents should feel comfortable raising concerns about infrastructure and neighborhood conditions without worrying that they will receive disproportionate scrutiny afterward. I have also raised concerns about retaliation after 11 city workers and a sheriff's deputy were sent to my home. I still have not received a clear explanation for why that level of presence was necessary. From a resident's perspective, that kind of response raises serious questions. When someone speaks out about infrastructure problems and then experiences a large enforcement presence without explanation, it naturally creates concern and perception. At the same time, residents have recently been told that missing permit notes and inspection records were the result of what was described as a system glitch. Think about that from a resident's perspective. When infrastructure fails, residents are told it is their responsibility. When records disappear, we are told it was a system glitch. And when residents begin asking questions about those issues, some now feel they are being watched more closely than others. That is not a healthy dynamic for any community. Code enforcement should be applied fairly and consistently across the city. If an entire street has failing culverts, enforcement should not appear to focus on one property while others remain untouched. Residents also deserve confidence that public records and inspection notes are accurate and preserved, not explained away later as a glitch in the system. I also want to say something for context. I care about this community. I want Palm Coast to succeed. Just recently, I ran into Carl Cote while he was out, and I put $100 towards his bill simply because that is the kind of community we should be. Neighbors helping neighbors. That is why it's frustrating when the narrative starts to paint someone speaking about infrastructure problems as the problems themselves. Speaking up about problems should not make someone the problem. Palm Coast has more than 100,000 residents. Public participation should be encouraged, not discouraged by fear or perception. So my question is simple. What safeguards exist to ensure code enforcement is applied equally across neighborhoods? And what steps are being taken to ensure public records and inspection documentation are accurate and reliable going forward? Because trust between residents and their government depends on transparency, consistency, and accountability. Without those things, people stop believing the system works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. City Manager, you have anything?
I'll be doing follow-up this Friday in a meeting with Mr. Davis for those issues that he's brought to the dais. And of course, staff will follow up with the other comments as applicable. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, council?
I have a couple questions for the city attorney. So was the city charter altered in any way recently?
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Miller. So yes, in 2018, the charter was altered because it went through the charter review as is required. That all altered language was provided to the residents of Palm Coast through a voter referendum, and 3 changes were made, and those changes were voted by a majority of the electors.
Okay, so the residents voted those changes in?
Correct.
Is there any provision in the charter for a special election to seat a vacated council seat, not the mayor?
No, the only one that has that is for the mayor.
And then, is the current city charter review in compliance with the charter?
Yes, because what it says in the charter says a minimum of 10 years. So as long as we review it before the 10 years, we are meeting that requirement.
Anything else from the council?
Just really quickly, well, thank you for those clarifications, and Councilman Miller for your questions on those. For Mr. Davis, the resident that he's referring to, if that resident's willing to reach out, I'd be very interested to hear that experience. That should not be occurring if it is occurring. So whether it's Mr. Davis that can maybe reach out to them, or if they're listening, please reach out to us, because if that did occur, that obviously should not be occurring. I just haven't heard anything like that.
Thank you. I have, and I've brought it to the city manager's attention that some people think, and we have to do investigations to find out if they're being targeted. I don't want anyone in the city targeted by code enforcement. That's just ridiculous. So we've had that conversation on a couple of matters. So
Correct. And I'll follow up with Mr. Davis on that point specifically this Friday when I give him follow-up on the other issues that he had brought before the dais as well. I would also encourage anyone that has that kind of concern to please contact my office directly, and I'll be willing to sit down and talk with them. Thank you.
thank you, sir.
I didn't realize that was an issue. I mean, can we?
We've had a couple of instances.
So, Vice Mayor, I would say it's been brought to staff's attention. Issue, I don't know, I wouldn't call it an issue. I think it's more hey, a resident has a complaint, the city manager is doing his due diligence to make sure that it's actually not going on. Kind of.
Okay.
Correct. I have about a half a dozen that I'm working on presently from different sources, whether it be council or citizen complaint.
Anything else, council? Okay, we're going to move on to item 4. We have minutes to approve, minutes of the City Council March 3rd, 2026 business meeting and the March 10th, 2026 workshop. Does anyone have any additions, deletions, or anything for those minutes? Any issues?
Motion to approve.
We got a motion.
I'll second.
We got a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? You're good, Ms. Cook? All right, thank you. Okay, we're moving on to item G, appointments. We're going to be appointing people, citizens, members and alternates for the Park and Recreation Advisory Board, the PRAB. So, is anyone presenting anything? Mr. Hirsch, you do anything?
Mr. Mayor, I'll kind of give you a quick overview. So, City Attorney Marcus Duffy. So, at the direction of this council, we have applications here for the PRAB. The way that staff and myself we're looking for is that you have 4 district seats, 1 open seat, and then 2 alternates. My recommendation that for voting on this, that you vote on each seat individually, since you have applicants for each seat, and then you can vote on the alternates. That being said, if the council would, by consensus, like to hear from the applicants today, you're more than welcome to. If not, we can go into doing the voting.
Most of the individuals are well known in the community. I don't think we need to hear from them. I know a couple aren't here. Mr. Kunis is not here. What you got?
I would just give them the opportunity if they want to. I mean, we've got people who have volunteered to put themselves out here volunteering for their city. I think the least we can do is give them 3 minutes at the podium if they want it.
How many people that have submitted packets are here? Raise your hands. Okay. And we can do that. Is everyone fine with that? Give them 3 minutes to briefly tell about themselves?
Sure, but I also want to go back. Do we agree we do them district by district?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll vote them. So we're voting 4 for the districts, 1, and then 2 alternate. Okay. So Ms. Lightfoot, are you here?
She's not first, that's not the first district.
Rizzo's first.
First district is Megan Rizzo.
So,
I'm
Mr.
going
Mayor,
alphabetical.
Yeah, he's just having them all give just a 3 minutes.
Okay. I was just trying to do it all together.
Ms. Lightfoot, would you like to speak for 3 minutes? Tell us why you're interested in this? Big tennis fan.
3 minutes.
You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good morning, and thank you all for allowing me to speak this morning. Since I became a resident here in Palm Coast, my husband, Ralph, my son Kevin, and I have quickly become involved in local parks and recreation items, such as golf, tennis, and other activities. I believe you, the City Council, is seeking individuals with experience that extends beyond tennis and pickleball. I believe that I can offer that perspective. I'm committed to contributing to new ideas and working collectively with the council whenever possible to enhance the quality of life here in Palm Coast. I bring many years of community involvement in all different activities with the Parks and Rec, such as the tennis, the golf, the schools, with the programs that they had there for the children, and for some of the new programs that you have here as well. And I have a genuine commitment to expanding those programs and to benefit citizens of all ages. These experiences give me a deep appreciation for the role that Parks and Recreation and the council programs play in enhancing the quality of life for Palm Coast residents. That is why I'm seeking the opportunity to serve on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Lightfoot. Deanna? Is Deanna here? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Deanna O'Flaherty. I am a 33-year resident of Palm Coast. I applied to the Parks Committee Advisory Board because my background is in government resources and process improvement, and I think that all committees can benefit from a background in getting things presented and codified and completed. I really enjoy the green spaces in Palm Coast. I have had the benefit of raising 2 children here and now my first grandchild. We use the parks, we love them, and we know that the miles and miles of trails here are a beautiful, beautiful addition to our community, and I want to continue to support that for the next generation. We are a growing, growing community, and so spending time and resources on our Parks and Recreation is a way to keep our families participating here rather than having to go out of our community for recreation, green spaces, and frankly, fun. So I thank you for considering my application.
Thank you, ma'am. Gary is not here. Amelia, is Amelia here? She's not here. John Subers? Yes, John. And we have no one from District 1.
Yeah, we do. That was my point.
Oh, okay.
There was a new sheet.
Megan Rizzo.
Give me a new.
Megan Rizzo.
Oh, okay.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to serve in a small capacity to the city of Palm Coast, I want to say just what they said. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Look forward to hopefully serving in the Parks and Recreation. It's very dear to me on a personal level. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Kelsey? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Council. My name is Kelsey McManus. I have been a Palm Coast resident for 2 years now. I'm a seasoned nurse with a background in risk management, community social services and needs. My background in community health and risk management, accompanied with my longstanding personal interest in the environment, gardening, hiking, taking care of open spaces for our future generations. I have volunteered with Parks and Rec Department in Brooksville, Florida many years ago, where I used to reside. And I would like the opportunity to serve on this board because I believe Parks and Rec is a foundational principle of any community. It provides open spaces for physical activity, mental health, and community to gather. I care about having inclusive spaces for everyone, and I understand the impact of having free open spaces and people make memories at our Parks and Rec facilities. I frequent Graham Swamp and with my dog to hike. My daughter plays soccer at Wadsworth Park, and I've always been impressed by the upkeep of these facilities. My nursing judgment allows me to always consider the whole person and the needs of others. I bring many years of advocating experience and would be honored to serve my community and provide an objective lens for the citizens of this lovely community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Miss Kathy Hyder, are you here? Miss Kathy's not here. Julia Waldhall? Yes, ma'am.
So much for your time. My name is Julia Walthall. I was born and raised here. My parents actually were here with ITT in the 70s. So I've seen a lot of change in Palm Coast, and my family, we appreciate green spaces and being outside and how important environmental stewardship is, especially in a place like Florida where development impacts how often and how well we interact with the environment. I'm a small business owner and artist, longtime Florida resident. I have extensive community participation through local markets, festivals, retail partnerships, charitable support. I bring strong experience in listening to resident needs, assessing trade-offs, prioritizing improvements, and communicating recommendations clearly in writing. I'm working on my public speaking. But generally, I love Palm Coast, and I'd love to be a part of learning more about it and helping it grow. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Philip McClure? Yes, sir.
I wasn't planning on being here, so having to be on these crutches and stuff. It's kind of nerve-wracking. But I wanted to thank you, first off, for being considered for this position. My experience stems from multiple years of coaching baseball and sports from youth all the way up through college in multiple states, from Montana to Tennessee to Virginia to South Carolina down here to Florida. I'm the president of Coastal Palm Sports here in Florida, where we run youth baseball, but we're actually pushing into more other sports as well. One thing that my 3 kids do, they participate in football, baseball, multiple sports around here. And one thing I do see with Parks and Rec in Palm Coast is there's a huge asset there. With the growth of the community here, I think Parks and Rec is probably the heartbeat for the youth and the expansion of Palm Coast overall. So what I bring to the table, current active duty military, so I'm active duty National Guard with Florida, so I do a lot of logistics. I have a lot of experience, of course, with a master's degree in sport management, a half of a doctorate degree in leadership, so I'm constantly learning and wanting to excel beyond just where I sit and where I want to be with helping out the community that I live in. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be out here and be able to apply for this position. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Rizzo?
Everybody, I just want to thank you guys for allowing us to speak. I know it's kind of time consuming just having us all come up here, and I appreciate you guys giving us that opportunity. I just want to say that I've lived here for over 20 years. I plan on being here for 20 more. I don't plan on leaving. If you guys appoint me to the position, you're not going to have to worry, hey, am I going to get an alternate in here? You know, this is going to be a thing that I'm going to invest my time in and do. I'm a stay-at-home mom. I homeschool my kids. I'm involved with recreation activities already. I like the homeschool programs Parks and Rec is already doing. I think those are all great. I think the trail system's great. I think when we evolve out to the west side of the county, we're going to have that momentum from what we already have that's going good here and knowing how we can make it better there. I also travel to other parts of the community, the state, to see other organizations and how they have their Parks and Rec ran. So I come from that experience of seeing, look what Jacksonville's doing, look what Apopka's doing, look what Orlando's doing. Let's make Palm Coast a real influencer for how these Parks and Rec systems are ran for the future involvement for sports. Because we all know that sports is a multi-million-dollar a year industry, especially with travel programs, and I bring that to the table, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Did I miss anyone? That's it?
I think that's it.
So, and Ms. Rizzo was the only one applying for District 1? So that's an easy one. That's off the bat. Congratulations, Ms. Rizzo.
Hold on. Do we need a vote? Okay. Well, I'll make a motion to appoint Ms. Rizzo for District 1.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? You're good on that one.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, and this one's going to have to be a paper vote, right? You got paper for us, Ms. Cook? So we're appointing for District 2, Ms. Lightfoot, Deanna, Mr. Gary Kunis. Those are the three candidates.
So we just put in a check or something? All right.
While we're waiting on the clerk, I just want to thank everybody who did apply. We get a lot of feedback, like a lot of feedback from a lot of people in the community on Parks and Rec, which was the catalyst for creating this board. And the people that did apply and are volunteering your time, really, really thank you for doing that, for not just being one of those that constantly provides feedback, but is willing to actually serve and contribute to helping us formulate policy in our community. So really appreciate it.
Thank you. So there are 3 votes for Ms. Lightfoot.
Ms. Lightfoot. Okay, Ms. Lightfoot, you're District 2 representative. Congratulations. Okay, and moving on to District 3, Amelia, John, and Kelsey. Thank you.
And for District 3, we have 3 selections for Mr. Subers.
John's taken care of. Okay, we're moving on to District 4, Kathy Hyder, Julia, and Philip.
For District 4, we have 3 votes for Mr. McClure.
McClure, Philip McClure. Congratulations. Okay, now we have to appoint one at-large.
One at large, and so this could be anyone that's remaining that is from any district.
We want to do it with a motion or a vote?
I guess we will put the names down.
We're updating it right now for you guys.
Then, City Attorney, we have to appoint 2 alternates as well today, right? Okay.
Do that on the next vote. It'd just be the 2 most popular votes on that alternate.
So we're doing 2 votes on this sheet?
Nope, just one.
For the at-large appointment, we have 4 selections for Ms. Waltall.
Congratulations.
So for this next one, this is the alternate vote. You have 2 selections, and it's whoever has the most votes, top 2, those will be the alternates.
Yes, ma'am.
So while we're updating, I will give some interesting local news. I don't know if anyone knew, but at the Oscars on Sunday, we had a hometown hero was up for 4 Oscars, Mr. Clint Bentley. He's a 2003 graduate of FPC. Didn't win the Oscars, but he was up for Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Adaptive Screenplay.
Wow, what was the movie?
I believe that, this is where I'm going to fail. It was a movie from Netflix, so I can look that up for you.
Two votes.
The movie was Train Dreams.
Train Dreams. Okay.
Okay, and for the 2 alternate seats, we have 4 votes for Ms. O'Flaherty and 5 for Ms. McManus.
Okay, those are the last 2, so congratulations. And I'm sure that Mr. Hurst will put you on an email chain and we'll put you to work. So thank everyone that submitted their application for it, and good luck and do great things.
And Mr. Mayor, I have a quick follow-up on that. So yes, the first meeting is going to be for this group is going to be in April. And yes, Parks and Recs will be reaching out to the elected members with more info here really soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're moving on to item H, ordinance of the first read, ordinance 2026-XX 56 Hargrove Grade Zoning Map Amendment, application 6185. Yes, Mr. Hanson.
And while Mr. Hanson's getting ready, this is a quasi-judicial issue, so I might as well go ahead and get the ex parte communication out of the way.
Yeah, I've been contacted by residents as well as the applicant, so it will not affect my vote.
Likewise.
Same for me.
Likewise for me.
Same for me.
And Vice Mayor?
Yes, I would also like consensus for anybody who is going to speak today to be placed under oath as it is quasi-judicial.
I have no issue with that. If you intend to speak regarding this rezoning, please stand up and raise your hand, and Miss Allison, I would assume, is going to administer the oath.
Everyone raise your right hand. The testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes? Thank you.
Yes. All right, so we have quite a few people that intend to speak. Mr. Hanson?
Good morning, Michael Hanson, Community Development. It's a little louder than I'm used to. This particular item is a rezoning application for the property 56 Hargrove. It's currently zoned IND1. The applicant is requesting a rezoning to IND2. The property is currently owned by Hard Rock Materials. And this particular property, as you can see on the aerial maps, is approximately 10.44 acres. It's located on the north side of Hargrove Grade, just opposite that intersection with Hargrove Lane. The property has an industrial future land use designation. Pretty much the entire industrial park within Hargrove Grade is within this industrial future land use designation. You'll see a little strip for the PSP, which is a canal. Otherwise, the existing zoning, this industrial park is largely zoned for our light industrial warehousing district, the IND1. Currently on the existing zoning map, you'll see IND2 approximately 200 feet to the southwest. There's two parcels currently with IND2, currently occupied with Sunbelt Chemicals and American Civil. In evaluating the zoning districts, the IND2 zoning district largely has increased setbacks on the property as far as front yard, rear, interior sides, and also it matches the floor area ratio. So you see a little footnote here. As you're aware, we're working on updating our land development code. So planning staff's already identified this inconsistency between our current LDC and our comprehensive plan to ensure that we match our updated 2050 comprehensive plan. As far as some of the uses that the industrial 1 versus IND2 zoning districts allow for, the next couple slides identify these uses that are found in our non-residential use table found within section 3.0, 3.01 or in our LDC. So anything that you see on this page and the subsequently next page that has an S would require a special exception for use. Anything that's P is a permitted use. Now, the applicant is looking at developing the particular project or property as a concrete batch plant. That particular use would fall under our industrial manufacturing. However, within the use table, that area could, within industrial manufacturing itself, could qualify for a special exception or it's permitted under IND2. But we're looking at a rezoning application because in section 4.14 of our LDC, it specifies additional types of uses as these are intended for heavy industrial, and concrete batch plants is explicitly listed, or concrete manufacturing is explicitly listed as a heavy industrial use, and thus the rezoning application rather than a special exception application. That same section of code, LDC 4.14, also, as you can see on the screen, has these additional performance measurement standards. So this slide and the next slide subsequently lists some of these additional performance metrics that have to be met when an application comes in through the technical site plan process for any industrial development. So whether it's, there's a column for IND1 too, because the applicant has requested the rezoning to IND2. Staff is focused on this particular slide, just highlighting the industrial 2. Once again, as I mentioned, that is taken care of during the technical site plan application. So this particular application as a rezoning, if it's approved by City Council, the applicant prior to developing their property would have to come in for technical site plan application, which would then potentially allow for a development order, in which case that enables them to submit for a site development permit, which allows them to put in their horizontal construction, and lastly, a building permit, which allows them to go vertical prior to commencing actual operation and making use of their intended use on the property. So there's a few different steps. Depending on the square footage of the project, after potential rezoning application, if it's approved, that scale will dictate whether or not it's considered a Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3. And for the record, gross square foot applications under 40,000 square feet are considered Tier 1, which has administrative approval. Those uses between 40,001 square feet to 100,000 square feet are considered Tier 2 or moderate development, which have approval at the planning board level. And uses above 100,000 square feet are considered Tier 3 or major development, which the City Council has the final approval authority on per our LDC. This particular slide is giving you an idea of the purple area as far as some existing wetlands on the particular property, showing where their drainage pond is planned to be. So this particular property, as I mentioned, is 10.44 acres. It has approximately a little over 5.5 acres, 5.6 acres of wetlands scattered over the property, with just under 3 acres of surface water. The applicant has already purchased wetland mitigation credits from the St. John River Water Management District. That at the very top end or north end of this particular site, that kind of teal blue color is approximately half an acre of a conservation easement held by St. John's River Water Management District. Say that 3 times fast. Worth note, the city, and it's not shown on this particular site plan due to critical infrastructure nature, but there are 2 city public water supply wells located in close proximity to the site, to the northeast and northwest of this site. During the evaluation of this application, staff did reach out to our utility deputy director and also our contracted hydrogeologist, firm Connect Consulting, to ascertain comments regarding the applicant's request, because this particular project would require its own well, which on this particular screen you can see is indicated roughly as this till area, and I'm going to turn on a laser pointer so you can see right in this area. So our contracted hydrogeologist requests that the well site for this particular project be located as far south as possible and centralized on the site to basically create the furthest distance possible from the city's public water supply wells. Rezoning applications have 2 sets of criteria that they have to meet. So any application that we bring before you, all have to come in and meet LDC section 2.05.05 for analysis. These criteria, depending on the scope of the project, will be analyzed at the technical site plan application as well. And then there's another set specific for rezoning that's unique, that I'll get into on the next page. But in the staff report for this particular project, staff evaluated all the criteria, and based on staff interpretation of the criteria, has an overall recommendation of approval for the rezoning application. Now, it's worth noting, since we're in March of 2026, that this project initially came to us as an application back during summer of 2025. As you may recall, there was a similar rezoning application that was made at 11 Hargrove Lane. This application actually came in before that application that has already been heard by City Council. So the staff report, when it was created, was actually created prior to that staff report that you read for the other application. But for consistency purposes, the staff evaluation based on the criteria remained the same between both applications. And this section of criteria here is the criteria that's unique to a rezoning application, so it's only applicable on rezoning applications such as this. So when City Council is looking at creating a motion either for approval or denial of the application, just ensure that your motion is grounded and based on the criteria that we have either with Section 2.05.05 or Section 2.06.03. The findings based on the criteria for the sake of brevity to kind of summarize through it. There are existing public facilities to accommodate the impact of the zoning amendment. So there's potable water, sanitary. The projects requested draw, the staff report does identify, because it was left in for the sake of consistency. There was initial discussion for the applicant's request of a draw of 8,000 daily gallons. There was some clarity that came before the planning board after the project had been continued a couple times, where the applicant actually was looking at a maximum usage with a draw for the well of no more than 25,000 gallons per day over a 7-day average. Our hydrogeologist evaluated that and said that it's ultimately a rather small amount, and they do not anticipate any kind of interference or issue in relation to the city's public supply wells. So from a public facilities standpoint, we had no issue. The zoning amendment meets the developmental pattern. The IND2 zoning district is consistent with the industrial future land use designation. There is IND2 property that is approximately 200 feet to the southwest. It's worth noting, though, those two particular properties that already have existing IND2 use were in development already prior to the adoption of the city's land development code in 2008. And when the city's land development code was adopted and the city assigned future land use designations based on our comprehensive plan that we had recently adopted prior to that, and the city's land development code, the city took a look into establishing the corresponding zoning based on what was in place for Flagler County zoning. But the requested rezoning application is consistent with our comprehensive plan and our unified land development code. This particular slide shows some of the updates based on the staff report, as I mentioned. So the applicant is looking to cap their usage of water to no greater than at 25,000 gallons per day over a 7-day average. And if you recall from the previous rezoning application, I believe it was Councilmember Sullivan asked for a traffic intersection evaluation study at that intersection of US 1 and Hargrove, which City Council gave consensus for. City staff, through our traffic and engineering team, put together that intersection evaluation study. So what ultimately happened when this project did get to planning board, it was requested a continuation by the planning board, so that way that study could be finalized and so that they could ultimately see it prior to making their recommendation. Additionally, during the planning board public hearing, the applicant decided to volunteer or pro-offer restrictive deed covenants. So I want to make sure that council is aware that these restrictive deed covenants that you're about to see were not requested by staff. In the state of Florida, we want to make sure that this isn't contract zoning. So contract zoning is illegal in the state of Florida, but applicants can pro-offer restrictive deed restrictions on their land at their will, not at the request of the city, that can be considered in a rezoning application. So staff evaluated the restrictive covenants, and we found that there was an essential nexus and rough proportionality to the project's impact as far as the request for concrete batch plant. So I'm going to go through these real quick and brief, and I'm for the sake of brevity, I'm trying to fly through this, so that way if you have any questions afterwards, if you're able to do so. But just so you know, the applicant does have a very detailed PowerPoint with a lot of renderings to help alleviate a lot of your questions. Part of these restricted covenants cap the maximum daily trips at 200 trips per day, with no more than 27 a.m. peak hour trips or 7 p.m. peak hour trips. They also pro-offered restrictions on the number of concrete loads, as far as limiting it to 9 cubic yards per truck. That helps with the weight and allows them to limit the weight to no more than 68,000 pounds. They've also pro-offered to limit and cap their water usage to meet the request that was evaluated by our contracted hydrogeologist. Additionally, they're going to be required to go through DEP to require or get all the permits necessary for their project. And when they do come in for that site plan application, our staff will evaluate their request again based on that industrial use performance metrics found under section 4.14 of our code as well. They're going through with ensuring that they're meeting DEP standards for air quality, water usage. They're putting a self-in-place restriction to not hold any more than 10,000 gallons of diesel fuel on site. And there are language in here about double-walled maintained. That's tied to regulations for storage of fuel on that, as far as that double-walled construction. As you see the little strike through on here, this shows that this was modified from the time that it originally went to planning board. Planning board took a little exception with that first sentence, so they had that first sentence struck to ensure that the covenant would essentially run with the land, regardless whether or not it's operated as a concrete batch plant. So at that planning board meeting that happened last month, February 18th, there were 10 members of the public that spoke out during the public comment. There were 4 members of the public that offered opposition to the project, and 6 members offered support for the project. So otherwise, this application, they've met all their required public notice requirements with placard postings, legal ads. They held a neighborhood meeting. Ultimately, the planning board voted to recommend approval to the city council for the rezoning application with a vote of 5-2. Based on planning board's recommendation, they recommend the city council finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the comp plan and land development code to rezone the 10.44 acres from ID1 to the ID2 zoning district. As I mentioned, next steps, since this is an ordinance, you'll have a second read at it, and then if the application's approved, then they'll have to go through that technical site plan process that I laid out as well. I'm available for any questions that you may have right now. Otherwise, if you want, I can pull up the applicant's presentation and let them get into it, because that will likely address a lot of the questions that you may have.
Any questions from the council?
I do, Mayor. I'm willing to wait until after the applicant speaks. It depends on the wish of the council.
Okay, that's fine. You can move along, Mr. Hanson, with the applicant.
Good morning, Mayor, council members. I appreciate your time today. Michael Sciamento for the family and the applicant business owner. So for 35 years I've been doing this, and this is one of those that I kind of am excited about, and we'll talk about why. But I want to go back to you all. I think many people in this room have seen those of you who campaign for office talk about the issues that we face here in Palm Coast, and one of them falls under the financial or economic well-being of Palm Coast. We talked about adding jobs, we talked about industrial growth, and we talked about easing the tax burden off the residents' back and shifting it over to businesses. So not only did those of you who campaign talk about that, but this has been talked about by this board for years, and in particular the last few years. As such, you all adopted a strategic action plan that we'll talk about briefly today. And then you also spent thousands and thousands of dollars in a year of your effort to create the 2050 vision of Palm Coast. And so with that, staff in the business community took note and said, what are we going to do to achieve these goals and objectives? And so what we did is we accepted your directive and we went out to market, and those who heard your guidance came to the Palm Coast, including the family that's here in front of you today with this project. So I want to thank staff. It's been 12 months, as you heard, that we've been working on this project. The applicant and its experts, traffic, environmental, air quality experts, have been working with your staff, who are full of experts, traffic, environmental, stormwater, hydrologists, and the like, and your planners, and come to you today asking, both parties asking for approval of this project. So with that in mind, I'd like to say that our efforts, both as a community and as applicants, have really done a good job, and so mission accomplished. So before we get into the actual project, I just want to draw to your attention who the applicant is. So today you have a family-owned business, Hard Rock. They are here today, and their founder and principal, Mrs. Petty, will talk to you briefly. But you can talk about companies that come here, and this is a high-quality company that has a proven track record. In addition to the company themselves and the founders and the people that run it today, are many residents of Palm Coast who are employed by them that you'll see that have to travel 30, 40, 60, 70 miles to work, which is obviously one of our goals and objectives as a city. So we'll take you through this project. We'll talk about the city goals and objectives, the city's efforts to recruit this business here. We talked a little bit about Hard Rock and who they are. I want to talk to you about what's existing out there as to what could be built and what we're asking for today. We want to talk about the community concerns. We had 2 community meetings, which we sat with property owners or business owners in the area to listen to their concerns and tried to address them. As a result, we want to talk about the CC&R, or the performance standards that we voluntarily added to this project to ensure that some of your concerns from the prior batch plant and industrial zoning are satisfied. And then obviously we want to talk about the incredible economic impact this business is going to have on our community. So this has been the council perspective. We went through a lot of them, and we talk about good paying jobs and opportunities, we bring in more industry, and we all know that Palm Coast has a symptom of exporting roughly, I think it's more than 20,000 jobs a day people have to travel to outside of our community. So when we go through this, your staff and the applicant, we look at what the goals and objectives of the city are to support this rezoning. Staff has agreed with this. They and their professional opinions suggest that this project supports it. So first we went to the global vision that you all put forth, and that's the strategic action plan. Talk about economic diversification, and specifically expand commercial and industrial employment base. We then look at SAP, and we talk about job creation, generate local employment opportunities. And we also talk about responsible industrial development and direct industrial development to appropriate areas in the city, your industrial park. And we will get into why this is appropriate. So again, as I stated earlier, you all spent thousands of dollars and a lot of time adopting your 2050 vision. And one of the things that applicants do and your staff do is we say, how does this project support the vision of the community and the comprehensive plan? And I won't bore you with reading each one of these, but there's a plethora of vision, goal, policies within your comprehensive plan that supports this, as is also supported by your staff. We talk about the industrial. We talk about directing projects into appropriate areas. Talk about the economic development component of this, foster sustainable economic environment to create employment opportunities, business growth, and diversified tax base. We talk about help attract businesses that contribute to economic growth and job creation. These are just a few of the highlighted areas within your comprehensive plan that your staff and our team agree that support this project. So when we came through last time, one of the things that I said before, mission accomplished, is once you all set forth your SAP and your strategic action plan, and the comprehensive plan, it was a clear directive to your staff. And as a result of that, your staff and the applicant had conversations. In fact, your staff approached the family to locate their business within Palm Coast. This was quoted from Flagler Live. Mr. Petty says the following. This is a series of events that happened as your staff recruited, attracted this family to relocate their business to here. And I think this is all supported by Mr. McKinney and then Deputy City Manager Lauren Johnson. So you can see your staff took your direction and your SAP and your strategic plan and your comprehensive plan to go out and attract these types of businesses. And that's what happened. Mission accomplished. So let's talk about what the project is. I sent you all a letter, I think it was yesterday morning, and it talked about what the project is not. And this is a little thing I'll sidebar here about your zoning code that I would suggest has a little bit of internal inconsistency. On one hand, you have your industrial one zoning category, which this is, and it allows for this type of project through special exception. And what would that do? That would enable the council in a special exception to say, okay, this project is permitted, however, we're gonna add additional conditions to a special exception in order to make it health, safety, welfare, and those types of issues. There's another part of your code that talks about this, a batch plant of the sort is, what's the word we used?
Explicitly IND2.
Yeah, and it puts us into IND2. So with that being said, it has been contemplated as to where this type of project comes into. But what this project is not, is this is not a manufacturing facility. This is not a concrete block plant. This is simply a facility that imports 3 components, gravel, sand, and rock, and cement, loads them into the equipment, adds water, it dumps it into the trucks, and the trucks take off. There is no manufacturing, there is no chemicals, there are no hazardous wastes, or those things that I would suggest to you when you read what your IND2 talk about. That's not present here. So what is this project? As I said before, it's just a project that puts together materials, puts it into the concrete truck, and off they go. These are sort of the things that we do on the property. We have dust control to eliminate dust that might fall or come out from the use of the rock and the aggregate. We have trucks that are washed down. These were some of the things that we were concerned about, or I should say the citizens were actually concerned about. And we'll get into a little bit more. But I think what was very helpful for your planning board to make a recommendation of approval to you all at 5-2 is this video. If you'll bear with me, it's about 3 minutes, but I think it really sent a message to your planning board to say, what is this project and how it was not what was presented by others.
This is a hard rock materials facility located about an hour and a half north. As you can see, it is butted up with a 30-foot buffer next to residential housing that is newly built, and they weren't on the market very long, with also about 150 yards from I-295. This facility does not sit in an industrial park, and there has never been a concern to local traffic while we pull out. I'm Austin Petty with Hard Rock Materials. I've been hearing a lot of concerns about ready-mix batch plants coming to the area, and I'm here to prove that it's not to be scared of. So let's do a little walk around and show you the process of how concrete is made. So let's get to it. Let's start mixing around. All right, let's climb on up in the truck and get the process going. He's gonna catch our truck, see who the driver is. We're gonna back on up under the plant, get ready, wait for him to shoot us a ticket. Let's produce some concrete. Here, we're gonna hop out, grab our hose. It roughly takes 30 gallons of water per yard. Starting with fine aggregate, which is our sand, we are putting it up in our overhead bins. Here we are adding our 5767 coarse aggregate, which is our rocks. Go ahead and throw that up in our overhead bins. Now that we have our materials up in our overhead bins, we're now able to start putting everything in the back of our ready-mix trucks. As you can see now, everything's being introduced. What you see now coming off the conveyor belt is your rock and sand, but what you don't see is cement being added through a 6-inch hose. Here you're seeing raw cement being pumped into our silos as no dust is created. The truck's being loaded with your sand, rock, and cement. It's all being combined inside the drum. Now that all your raw materials have been added to the truck, the loading process is now complete. Now, once the material has been added into the drum, we take this now back to the area that we call the slump rack. The slump rack is where we usually come up with a designed mixture that the customer would like. If they're doing curbs, sidewalk, house slabs, it's all a different thickness of concrete that the customer desires. Once these trucks usually get washed down, we try to make sure there's no excess rocks or damaged windshields going down the road. Wash off all the trucks. We usually like trying to give our trucks a long entrance to be able to clean tires so there is no track out onto main roads or asphalts. Now that you've seen the process, how concrete is introduced to the truck is now pulling out the yard and on the way to make a customer happy. There was also some environmental concerns that we were wanting to showcase. Here's another facility that we have tons of birds, ducks. They love these ponds. We also have another neighbor. He invests in Wagyu cows, and they constantly can't stay out of the ponds. Here's another facility of all the fish, alligators. There's nothing that kills wildlife around here. They absolutely welcome these ponds. This pond is located by actually 5 ready-mix batch plants in this industrial park. While yes, there is 5 ready-mix batch plants in this industrial loop, there's also other multiple businesses that coincide next to us as sanitation, fencing, roofing, custom automotive shop, and a nursery. But other businesses store all kind of hazardous materials next to ready-mix batch plants all the time, and there's never been a hazmat team called. It's been brought to my attention that the Sunbelt acid plant, they create hydrochloric, which is muriatic acid, and a ready-mix batch plant has been too close because the cement powder and muriatic is gonna somehow combust, and there's not a hazmat team in the area. Well, I'm here to show that is false information. We're not gonna, cement powder and muriatic does not make a combustible entity. So I'll go ahead and show it is safe, not ideal, but it is safe when you pour muriatic acid in concrete. It doesn't. My hand is still here. It's not blown up. There's nothing to be scared of. Thank you.
So I appreciate you all taking a few moments to watch the video to really give everybody an understanding of what this project is and what it is not. So again, the project is located here on Hargrove grade. Towards the end, there are 2 other industrial 2 users in the area and other areas that are undeveloped and others that have been there for a long time in the IND1. So let's talk about, I just want to make sure everybody understands what is permitted today under IND1. Michael Hansen did a good job, but I wanted to draw your attention to what's available, what can be done today without council approval, other than what I'll call site plans. So under your zoning, these are just a few of the permitted uses. Now, heavy industrial can be done with a limited facility, but also warehouses larger than 50,000 could come before you today. So these are all the types of uses that are permitted today, and these are examples of businesses that I took pictures of that identify what they are. This material recycling facility, a 50,000 square foot warehouse distribution facility. But I don't want to limit it to 50,000 because actually what's permitted underneath the IND1 under your code are some of these uses like heavy construction, repair service, truck stops, material recovery, and they can be developed up to approximately 175,000 square feet of those uses. So one of the things that we're tasked to do during this process with the city is do a traffic study. Obviously, when we watched the videos from 2005, traffic was a big thing. And Mr. Sullivan requested the report, and the report came back. And again, mission accomplished, everything works out fine. But in this traffic study, it talks about what is permitted as a matter of right now. And these engineers confirm that today, you could develop 175,000 square foot light industrial that would generate, theoretically, a maximum 708 trips a day and 123 AM peak and 60 PM. So those are a matter of right as we can do today. Now that's not to say that when we do a traffic study that improvements and concurrency have to be met. But this is just intended to identify and exemplify to you all what can be done today and what we're asking for in this application. So as part of that, I said we had met with the community on 2 separate occasions, one at the library, and then one time at our office, which many of the people that you might hear today were gracious enough to come and really try to get their issues. And so this is kind of a summary of what we think the issues that have been expressed to us by the community. It's not only the volume of traffic that is there and some of the what I'll call backups or perceived problems at the intersection there, but we heard things about the size of trucks, the volume of trucks, the intersection, the city traffic study. Well, your traffic study came back and said that the intersection works sufficiently. That was corroborated with our traffic study. So although there will be more traffic as this whole area builds out, there will be more traffic. Presently, even with our project on there, the traffic is fine. We heard about water quality and those types of things. As you heard, your professional staff and hydrogeologists and ours went out and identified that there is no problem with water or your well system, probably because on a daily basis, we're going to draw about the amount of volume that is in your pool, 25,000 gallons. And that is on a 7-day rolling basis. So one day may be 26,000, the other day may 17. But that's our commitment to you all to address the water quality. We heard about air quality. You heard of how the owner just did that little example of the theory that we heard at the original planning board, how there was going to be green gas. when chlorine and cement dust mix, and it'll require a hazmat, and we don't have a hazmat facility within 90 miles. That's just not true. And today, for purposes of your edification, I just want to bring up our air quality expert that we have on staff 24/7 to manage all our plants that talks with the DEP. Yeah, please.
Council, Mr. Mayor. My name is Donnie Leeper. I own Aztec Environmental Services. I've been doing air quality testing for about 33 years. I am certified by the EPA to do stack testing, as we call it. Every 6 months I get recertified. For the past 23 years, Hard Rock has been my client. I test all 4 of their plants that are in the Jacksonville, St. Augustine, and Green Cove area. In all the years that I've tested for Hard Rock, we've never had any kind of environmental issues with air quality. All their plants are well maintained. You know, some of my other clients, won't name them, but they don't keep the type of plant that Hard Rock keeps. You see their trucks going down the road, they're always nice and clean. They're just a very well-run company. And if anybody would like, you know, any information from, you know, that I can give them on air quality, what this looks like, how we test, I'd be more than happy to answer those questions. But basically, when all these systems and with the concrete batch plant, from the loading of the material into the silos and everything like that, it's all controlled by bag houses. We have to do an annual test on that, and then once a month, Hard Rock has to perform like maintenance on their bag houses, make sure that they're clean, all that good stuff. But anyway, like I said, if you've got any questions on how we do the tests or anything like that, I'd be happy to answer your questions on it.
All right, thank you, sir. Thanks. Anyone have any questions?
We can bring them back up at a later date if you want. So we're into this. We've addressed the traffic, the water, the air quality. We heard rumors that there were hazard materials there. It's just not accurate. There is no hazard material here. I think the only material that I would even be concerned about is diesel, which you heard from your staff, is used to run the facility, but it's in a double-walled drum, and it's all according to DEP, state statute, and your own codes. So, you know, we tried our best to address the community concerns, but there is also another community concern that we just can't address, and that's not in my backyard, and I understand that. So we'll just have to have that conversation. So when we went back and looked at 2025, we listened close to the planning board and you all, and we also listened close to the community. And one of the things that we talked about with your staff before is we think we can address every single issue that was raised in the prior application and by the people who work in that area. And so one of the things we talked about doing was a PUD. That way you could literally design the site to meet your needs. And your code may not provide that an industrial zone category that you could do a PUD. So we created the Declaration of Restrictive Covenants. And what that is that is a voluntary restriction of uses or anything that you want to put in there that is binding upon not only this owner, but on the property forever and ever and ever. And this declaration gives the city enforcement rights. So not only are we subject to your performance standards in your code that Michael went over, but also these additional restrictions to ensure the elephant in the room was last time was, what if they go out of business and they move? What would be there on industrial 2? Well, this constrains the use of that property, even as industrial 2, to these covenants and restrictions. So I think you all have had that in your package. I don't know, we can talk through that. And we can even add some things if you want. We can talk through that. So again, we heard the community, we talked about traffic. So our project is very significantly smaller than what is theoretically permitted on the site right now. We had the traffic engineer and your staff identify that presently today, worst case scenario would be about 710 trips a day. We voluntarily put on there that we wouldn't exceed 200 trips a day because that's all we do. We're low intensity. And we even went as granular as to say, look, most of our deliveries are in the AM, and so that'll be our peak, and this will be our PM peak. And if it becomes a problem, the city can step up and say, hey, you got to dial it back. Truck operations and roadway protection. We heard stories about how the concrete truck was going to throw rocks all over the place and damage our cars or people that are standing there. So one of the things we did, we limited the truck size to 68,000 pounds, and that's loaded. That is less than semis that are presently allowed to run up and down that road at their will. Semis loaded can exceed 80, 90,000 pounds. So we're comfortable with saying that our truck volume will be low, but also weighted as it relates to maintaining that roadway system out there that this has been designed for, will not exceed 68,000 pounds. Talk about water usage, we heard about that. Your hydrologist went through that, and we agreed to those items that are bold. Air quality, dust control. We talked through that just a minute ago. This project is regulated by the DEP. It is periodically inspected, and they have their own expert on site to evaluate and ensure that the project is in compliance with all state, federal, and local codes. Fuel storage and hazardous materials. We went through that briefly. There are no hazardous materials on this, and that the diesel will be handled as provided in the CC&R. Compliance and enforcement remedies. I wish Ms. Pontieri was here for this one. So this is what gives this agreement teeth. This is what the city can do in the event that there becomes an issue with this project or any subsequent project out there. It allows the city to step up and enforce it and actually file an injunction if they needed to in court to stop until the project becomes back into compliance. So these were the ways that we creatively addressed the issues that were raised in 2025, as well as those of the people that work there. But let's talk about something near and dear to you all's heart, near and dear to your campaigns, about changing Palm Coast and its direction and its financial feasibility. So, as I said before, we're trying to, as a community, lessen the tax burden off our residents and bring in more businesses. And particularly, some of you have even requested industrial, which this is. So, this is sort of a back-of-the-napkin economic impact study. I would tell you that true economic impact studies that you hire consultants will run you $100,000 or more. This one was done with a software, and I'll be glad to admit that this is a swag of plus or minus 15%, but it does give you an idea of what this project does for you guys in our community with economic impact. So this project, you can see in the top slide there, or top area, about the estimated positions. We're going to employ 15 or more people in this community. As this project grows, we hope to exceed the 20 employee, but you can see presently when we open, our annual payroll will be roughly $1.16 million a year. We talk about when we come into and get this project rolling, there'll be a $400,000 site investment. There'll be $2.7 million in machinery that will be bought and placed here. So our net capital investment, in addition to the 15 families that we're going to employ here, at a tune of $1.1 million, is going to be a little more than $3 million. And that could grow as the plant grows too. So what is the economic impact? We'll run through this real quick. And this is what it spits out. Those variables that you put into this software talk about what's the economic impact. It's $6 million a year. We're going to increase property value for that parcel to $4 million, which will spin off about $40,000 a year in property tax, all coming from an industrial user, not the residents. So this is the first step in changing the 90-10 problem we have. Now, I know we'd all like a home run to come in with an Amazon or whatever the vision may be, but a bunch of singles get us a couple of scores. So this is the start of implementing y'all's vision over the last 2 years. So here is a simple summary of what the project does, high level. And before I continue, I'd ask for your deference and let Ms. Petty come up and talk to you about why they chose Palm Coast, why Palm Coast chose them, and what her vision for the future is. So Ms. Petty, if you'd come up, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Teresa Petty. I started Hard Rock Materials back in, I bought my first piece of property in 2002. The first plant was built during the year of 2003. We rolled our first trucks out in 2004. I normally start with 6 trucks with my plants. My husband and I, we joined forces. I was a contractor, still am, of many years, and he was a gunite person, and it rolled it into shotcrete. So we are very familiar with the concrete industry. We have the backing, the knowledge. We've raised 2 sons, Kyle and Austin, if you'll please stand up. We've raised them in the industry. They started in high school as young children, learning to be the grunt work. They had to work their way up. Nothing was given to them. Our employees that we have, some of them have been with us 15 years plus. Some of them have retired after their tenure with us from the onset. Some of them we still have today. The ones that retired were veterans and other job trades. So we take pride in our family as a business, our family as a whole. We help them if they're in need or if they have a disabled child or, wife was in an accident or anything like that. But what I want you to hear from me today is how Hard Rock can truly be an asset to Palm Coast. And when I say asset to Palm Coast, I want you to stop and think about that. Just for the starters, that money up there is the beginning to where we can provide a product premium material to your area, and you will get equity from that. The more we make, the more the county makes. And that's how we become partnerships with every county that we've been in. We strategically located our plants slowly and surely. And we finally got to that point. We were encouraged to come here, and I'm very thankful for that, very much thankful for that. We were looking for that open door. Y'all opened your arms to us, and then it took us a while to think, okay, do we want to open up another plant? Do we really want to do that? Well, Palm Coast really wants us here. So we deliberated on it, and we said, okay, we're going to invest in this piece of property. A little bit too expensive, but we're going to go ahead and do it. So we took our cash, and we invested on this particular piece of property that we were led to at 56 Hargrove Lane, our grade. And we had high hopes, but it's taken such a time to try and get this project through. We had to order trucks, so we ordered 6 trucks in advance, knowing that we were going to be able to locate here. They're sitting on the fence, already lettered, not a mile on them. We have a concrete plant that we actually bought too, paid cash for that. So we could be ready, set, go to build here in this county, this wonderful county. I was born and raised in Green Cove, so the small town of Clay County, which it was really tiny when I was raised. My dad was in the military, and so I was a Navy brat. But what I learned over my years of just being an entrepreneur, it takes hard work and it takes integrity. And that's what Hard Rock is about. And I'd like to leave it there. I do have more to say, but I don't want to tie up any more of your time. But I hope that I was able to bend your ear as to how passionate we are about growth, minimum growth, but just to be able to leave a small footprint in this area and to be able to help this community as we have helped so many other communities. And I truly mean what I say. These are my words from what I stand for. And I appreciate your time, and happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you all for your indulgence. So we'll wrap this up. I guess the next process would go listen to what community members may say, and then if you'll give us an opportunity to address them or talk through some issues that you may have that maybe we can correct or like. So, we've demonstrated, as has your staff demonstrated to you, that we followed all the rules, all the regs, we're compliant with the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan. This falls right in line with your strategic action plan, which is your vision. And so I think it's also important to remember that in 2025, the Planning Board denied the prior application for various reasons. And after a public hearing in October and then delayed until February, Planning Board approved this 5-2. A very significant change in the tenor. And I think it's because of the restrictive covenants that were placed on here and to clearly define what this project is and what it's not. And so, in closing, I just want to draw to your attention your vision, and particularly yours, Mr. Norris. And your vision is one where you talk about industrial growth. And I thought it was very wise of you to talk and
Everyone should know one of my main focuses within my platform is to bring industrial growth and employment opportunities.
We talk about if we don't get industrial growth in our city, taxes are going to be out of control. People are going to keep fleeing.
People in any city is designated for industrial and commercial. It's not housing. It's industrial. If you go up to Jacksonville, US 1, down on the beach, US 1 is industrial and shops and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And if we don't get that in our city, our tax is going to be out of control.
And so we heard you all loud and clear, as did your staff, and they recruited this family business to our community for various reasons. And so, with that being said, I'll go back to what we started. This is mission accomplished. This is the first step in righting the ship and correcting the 90-10 and allowing people who now have to travel, the 25,000 people that have to travel out of our community to get a job, to work here close to their homes, maybe volunteer a little more in their kids' sports as we talk about, and those things that are near and dear to our heart. So with that, I'll open myself up to any questions you may have, or if you'd rather go to the public, and then we can come back up. The pleasure is yours.
Thank you, sir. Anything from the council?
I have quite a few questions. I'll start with you, Mr. Chimento, since you're at the podium. Are you all, so I'm looking at all of the covenants, and sorry, I should have started with, I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the family being here. And I am looking at this as a different project than I have others, particularly because of the covenant. So I do want to give you all that kind of glimpse into the way that I've approached this. The covenants, I would ask that if they're approved, I know for the site plan, if it's less than a certain size, it doesn't have to come back to city council because of the new legislature's stuff that they've done over the past couple of years, particularly last year. But I would ask that for the site plan, if this council approves this, that you all agree to come back to council rather than it just going to either staff approval or PLDRB.
Yes, ma'am.
So if that can be added as a covenant, I would appreciate that. And I'm only one, obviously, but that would be one of my suggestions. The other is, I would want to make sure that the covenants and restrictions, I know this may seem a little odd, but if you go to 10, enforceability, that covenant that you agreed to, I would like to make sure that in this, that we add that that the applicant nor either any assign can challenge these. And I say that because I want to make sure that if there are any changes in the law, because we've seen specifically with regards to development, that the laws are rapidly changing, particularly with regards to what we can do up here on a local level. So for instance, if anything were to change to be weighed in the favor of the applicant or anybody else, I want to make sure that they can't come back and say, well, now we can do X, Y, not, and when I say you guys, I don't mean you personally, I mean any applicant in your position. So I want to make sure that neither the applicant nor any assigns can ever change any of these covenants, that no matter what the law says, they're stuck with this.
That is fine. I understand your point.
Trying to be respectful of everybody's time, so I'll try to go quick here. Have we done a calculation of the traffic impact fees that will be paid from this?
No, ma'am, I don't have that handy.
Michael?
At this time, ma'am, we don't have that information as of yet. Typically, impact fee calculations are usually handled during the technical site plan process.
Well, I understand that, but we had a presentation about all of the potential economic benefits that will be borne on the city according to you all, and I'm not saying that I doubt that, but I think the impact fees are very important here, not for just to exemplify this project, but for other projects and what we know impact fees do and do not pay for. And the reason I'm bringing this up specifically is the condition right now of Hargrove grade. You've got, so some quick and dirty math. If you do 200 trips a day, that's about 16 an hour, or about one every 4 minutes. 68,000 pounds in those trucks is a max, that many times a day. On this condition of a road, this road will need to be milled and repaved within a year to 3 years. Just will. That's going to cost, what is Hargrove grade, Michael, about a mile?
Approximately, maybe
Okay.
a little longer.
So we know from work that we've done with Carl to mill and repave, that's going to be about $1 million to $1.5 million, Carl? Lower than that? $1 million? Sorry, I'm phoning a friend.
Our residential roads are about 50,000 per lane mile. This is more, it would be heavier duty asphalt, so this is probably more in the upwards of probably $250,000 or so, roughly.
To mill and repave this?
Yeah, it's about a little over 100,000 a mile, I believe, per lane mile.
Okay, that surprises me.
I can double check that.
Yeah, if we could get those numbers, because I'm concerned, well, first of all, I don't think we can use impact fees to just mill and repave, right? So they'd have to be used only to add capacity. So, I don't know what that would even look like in this area, but where does that money come from when we have to mill and repave? It's going to come from tax dollars that we don't have right now. That's why we're doing microsurfacing. So that's just a concern of mine, and I wish we did have the impact fee monies readily available. That would be helpful, and if it does pass on first read, perhaps we can have that ready for second read, because I do think that that's an important
Yes, ma'am.
thing to look at.
Yeah, we'll have that available for second read, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My last question, kind of high level, is why was this done as a application for rezoning to Industrial 2 rather than a simple exception to Industrial 1?
I'll give my opinion, but you go for yours.
Sure. So in that particular application, determination, it was based on the same analysis with the project at 11 Hargrove Lane. So with the concrete batch plant, it is specifically listed as a heavy industrial use in the LDC section 4.14A8 of our land development code. So because of that interpretation based on the land development code, it was evaluated then to require the heavy industrial zoning rather than a special exception to the IND1 zoning district itself. Now, as Mr. Sciamento made clear as well, in that use table, there's a column that says which of these uses are applicable for MPD. And so there wasn't a permitted for MPD, so that wasn't an option available as well in this particular case.
That's for the proposed potential PUD rather than the covenant restrictions?
That's correct, sir. So that's why we resulted with the rezoning application.
Do you mind if I ask a
no,
follow-up question to that? So I guess my confusion is, for instance, right, storage facilities they fall under multiple uses, and in some cases we've approved a special exception under one zoning rather than a zoning application change. And I'm pretty sure those are also explicitly outlined as well. So I guess I'm just confused as to why that works for that application, but not for this.
So how it works, sir, as far as in that use table that we see in section 3.03 of our LDC, it identifies uses as permitted by right as a P, or uses that allow for special exception via the S criteria. So when you said storage facilities, I know tomorrow night I have an application for a self-storage facility to planning board, which is allowed by right in COM 3 or IND 1, but it allows for a special exception application in COM 2 zoning district. That particular application is COM 3, so just using that as an example. But so if we had an application like that, or with this concrete batch plant application, if there was something in there that allowed for that'd be something to make potential use of. But because in that section 4.14 that specifically states concrete batch plants as a heavy industrial use under the INT 2 zoning district, that's why we're at this rezoning.
So it's similar, except for storage facilities do not have an explicit mention later as just one zoning.
Yes, sir. That the whole chapter 4 of our LDC is conditions for limited and additional use requirements based on the uses allowed by chapter 3 of our LDC. So in that particular section for section 4.14 that I mentioned, that relates primarily and specifically to industrial uses. So it lists a bunch of them as far as when I said concrete batch plants is under 4.14.01A8. There's a number of those different subsections that are listed that have to meet the heavy industrial 2 usage.
Okay, thank you for that. It's amazing that you can quote an exact sentence from the land use code, and thank you for that.
You're welcome.
So I'm torn here because I don't want this to be thrown in with the lump of other industrial 2 uses. But I will tell you, my time on this board has shown 2 things. One, snowballs are very real, and snowball effects occur. And 2, I usually have a pretty good instinct as to what is coming after something I say is headed our way, ends up hitting, and I wish I were wrong. An example of that has occurred when we've seen commercial get converted to residential. And the argument made is, well, it's just this one piece of land. It's just this one piece of land. It's not that big of a deal. It won't cause this ripple effect. And then a year later, what happens is a person across the street says, well, we're compatible now because they converted, they rezoned over there, and so now we're compatible with that rezoning. And I've seen it happen at least twice. I can picture in my head where one of the neighborhoods is right now. And I'm concerned about that occurring here because we're not doing a special exception. We're doing a complete rezoning. So now, right, we have this industrial 1 park, and that's what it is. It's an industrial 1 park, light industrial, that we're going to stick, quite frankly, pretty much right in the middle, an industrial 2 use. What does that do? It makes other possible industrial 2 uses more compatible. And I can tell you right now, if I were a vacant landowner in that park, I'd be putting my application in tomorrow because industrial 2 is worth more than industrial 1. So I have that concern. You guys know the code more than I know the code. You know the ins and outs and the technicalities of how to work within the code. I don't know that this is the best way to go about it from the applicant's perspective. I don't represent the applicant either. But that's my big concern, and that's the cautionary tale I will give to council, is to think about, we have a lot of vacant land around this property. This could very quickly turn into an industrial 2 park, and they may not all be as cognizant of the surrounding businesses, the environment, et cetera, as these folks. Because I do think you're a good company, seem like a good company, seem like a good family. But I have to think about all of the other businesses there as well as the future of this park. What about buffers? And I know we're not to that site plan spot yet, but when we talk about compatibility, our code does provide for the usage of buffers to make something more compatible.
I'm just scrolling back to the little slide that I have here to give you kind of an idea. And this kind of shows differences between the IND 1 and 2 zoning district. And this particular slide just focuses primarily on the setbacks itself. The buffers typically match that. So in our LDC, we're looking under Chapter 11 for landscape buffers. That section is under 11.03. But there's a use consistency table between an industrial development or any development based on the proposed use type to match up with the various different use types. So if I'm not mistaken correctly, since I don't have the entire LDC memorized, that particular section of the code, I believe it's industrial to industrial, has a C-type buffer, which I believe is a minimum 10-foot buffer for the sides and rear. Now, it's worth noting to the rear, there is that area that is already a wetland area. Our code has average buffer requirements for wetlands of 25 feet. Along Hargrove grade itself, that would be a road not specially designated in that table that I was talking about. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that buffer from the front would be 25 feet.
Is it your intent, because in the back there's a pond, is the intent to keep that and utilize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So that's a natural, and that's another question I had too. On the map, you had a zoning map comparison. It's MPD in the back. What is that back there?
That's Palm Coast Park.
It is Palm Coast Park.
But that area is all wetlands.
So, yes. Yeah, so I thought it was Palm Coast Park. It just says Sunbelt Palm Coast LLC, so I couldn't tell for sure.
Here's an aerial for you to take a look at it.
Yeah, so I know we have, that's my other, we've got, in Palm Coast Park, we've got residential and commercial. I don't remember if I think there is industrial in there as well. So what does that kind of roll into as well? That's, I guess, a different discussion for a different day, maybe. Last question, I know you touched on kind of the minimums, but as you all sit here now, do you know, is there an intent for buffers? Have you thought that far? Do we know that yet?
I don't think we have nailed that down, but
that's fair. I just was wondering.
And look at that over the next 2 weeks.
I think that would be helpful. Again, if it passes on first read, I think that would be helpful for second read. Just something that, again, we are able to consider buffers when we talk about compatibility. So I think it's important. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Shimento, you had mentioned something about the trip counts.
Yes, sir.
And minimizing them through the covenants. But then just a few moments ago, you mentioned something about as the plant grows. If you grow the plant, how are you going to maintain that level of frequency on the roads?
Well, our trip count that we have out there, envisions our growth. So we'll start off significantly less than that. You heard 6 trucks. We'll start this project off. So we added some buffer in there to accommodate what we think would be the maximum growth. So we're happy to be held accountable to those maximums.
And what was the frequency that you said this few minutes ago?
16 an hour, 4 every minute. I'm sorry, 1 every 4 minutes.
Every 4 minutes.
Well, let me just correct that. A trip is actually an in and out, so there won't be that many trucks leaving the site loaded every day. I can get you a number as to what we believe that will be. But these are all just, like I said, numbers that are well below what is permissible today that we thought would be high for us as we grow the plant. So,
Anything else from the rest of the council? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for our team for doing the analysis over the last year and for the company for making the application. You know, when and coming into this discussion with a completely open mind, you know, looking at, you know, what's the difference between the company that this council previously voted down and you know what you're proposing now through this application. And so I'm looking at a couple of things, and you know, I think the covenants up front, after listening to our community, I think that's very important. Sunbelt that's already on Hargrove, is that industrial too, Mr. Hanson, already?
The Sunbelt Chemical site is one of the 2 industrial 2 properties. The other one is American Civil, sir.
We have 2.
That's correct.
Okay.
They're right next to each other. As you can see on the existing and proposed zoning map, there's a gray line kind of straddling where it's the I and the N on the abbreviation for ND2.
So there's a precedence for this. Okay. My question on, you showed a picture with like a warehouse with trucks. What slide is that on?
That's in you.
Councilman,
that one, right?
When you said precedent, it's really not precedent. That the zone 2 came in when we incorporated. It was already county zoned 2.
Okay.
It's not a precedent for the city.
Okay, well, that's a good point, but it's there, right? And we haven't had runaway industrial 2 rezoning, I guess is my point, to this point, and we've been very careful about it as we looked at it. But I'm looking at this, so let's say we wanted a warehouse, let's say it's an Amazon or whatever the case may be on that property, or some sort of warehouse facility. And I'm looking at the covenants, the amount of trips that's being proposed. When I looked at, I mean, just a simple search on the weight of an 18-wheeler, it's 30 to 35,000 empty, and weighed, total maximum weight's 80,000 pounds. Okay, and you're proposing to limit it to 65,000 pounds
sure,
at max use. And then the if we were to put, let's say, a warehouse facility on this road, then I think it would be a lot more trips than just 200. And the reason, who dropped this off at our dais? We've got some pictures here. Was this the applicant or somebody in the crowd? Okay, it's for public comment. Well, I mean, it just shows also the condition of the road, right, which is not in its best condition, and having a place to operate on, I think, is something we have to consider as we move forward, because these pictures tell 1,000 words, right, and especially on the condition and the type of road. It's not just a regular road, and so I think that's important. But as we kind of peel the onion back on the covenants, on the 200 trips, how are we, or how are you and the team going to be able to, what's the operational mechanism to ensure that the trips are going to be underneath? I mean, if once you hit 200 trips, you got to stop for the day. I mean, I'm sure you can do work on site. What's the operational mechanism for that to ensure there's compliance?
We can place a counter at our entry and plan accordingly. You know, I'd love to think that if we were at 201 trips, that the community would say that's the last one. So we can do that, and we can talk about enforcement mechanisms that you have out there if it becomes a problem. Mr. Gaymar, if I may, the point of this slide really was to explain today, without approval other than what the site plan looks like, setbacks and colors and trees. This is what this property can do. I mean, a material recovery facility is a big, huge recycling plant.
Right.
That can be out there, and it can be up to 175,000 square feet, theoretically. Even a warehouse at 50,000 square feet, which is in your code permitted today, generates significantly more traffic and significantly heavier trucks. And so that was the point of this, is to kind of limit this fear of the unknown, and let's be clear and concise and factual with what we can do today and how this project, even though in my personal opinion should not be heavy industrial because of it's not a concrete manufacturing plant, right? It's just an assembly plant. But it is what it is in your code, and this is how we're trying to deal with it to ensure that the uses are even less than what is permitted today.
Okay. Yeah, and again, to the warehouse, if you remove the whole thought of it being a concrete plant or a batch plant, the damage of the road could be potentially significantly more. And so, which is what I'm concerned about, and these pictures here were very helpful. Sales tax. I mean, you guys captured property tax, but sales tax that will be paid, I'm sure, locally you guys pay sales tax?
Yes, sir.
If you guys could come back to us to see what kind of impact that would be as well, depending on the level of sales that you guys will walk in the door with potentially, and then potentially grow from there. I think that just to have a snapshot on that, I think that would be helpful, just to get a total kind of picture of not just property tax, but other revenue streams that we could put to good use here for our residents. Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Schmitto. That's all the questions I had.
You got something, Councilman Sullivan?
Again, thank you to everybody who's here and the people who are going to be speaking in a few minutes. The one thing I kind of went over fairly quickly, the wellhead that's on the front of the property there, just a little bit more about what are the separations required and that kind of thing. And is all that, I think you said they were being met, but maybe just a little more detail on that.
Yes, sir. So the city presently has wells to the north of us along the railroad, and the concern came up at some point in time as to how will this affect the city's water supply, not only for quantity but safety. And so that's why this was referred to the city's hydrogeologist, or whatever the term may be, that did an analysis. And what you saw there was a recommended location for a well when we get to that point in time. I don't know enough about drilling wells.
I guess my question would be, is that location that was suggested by the city within the limits? I thought the other day we were talking 500 feet, and then there was some.
So,
but do we have that 500 feet there?
So what you're looking at with the 500 feet, so when we're looking at wellhead protection area, the 500 feet is considered the primary wellhead protection zone, which is a circular radial distance from each public supply well. There's also a secondary wellhead protection zone, which goes well beyond that. My understanding of this particular site that they're asking for this rezoning, and based on the contracted hydrogeologist's recommended location for the applicant's private well, is outside of that 500-foot primary wellhead protection zone, but it's still within the secondary wellhead protection zone identified as an exhibit in our comprehensive plan, which is a large swath of area. Now, with that area based on our public supply wells versus their private well, they're also looking at operating in the, I believe it's called the cervical conical aquifer area, which, so it's, when we're talking about that, we're looking at different depths on the well as far as where they're operating and trying to draw from as well. So when we sent this for review, as I mentioned, we consulted with our utilities department and who put us in touch with Connect Consulting, our hydrogeologist. So that's why they picked the location to be, or recommend the location to be as far away from our public supply wells as possible on the site as it would allow. So on that south central area of this particular site.
And my other question was just on the road. This isn't the only company that potentially be using the road. We already have a number of businesses on that road. So my guess is there's a plan in effect for Hargrove as far as maintenance of it, and it's not totally dependent on this one future company. It's dependent on all the other facilities that are along the road too. So it's not just on their dime to do the road.
No, it's not. I mean,
On the taxpayers.
Yeah, it would be the taxpayers.
I recognize the issue. Okay.
Anything else from the council?
I have a quick question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Mr. Henson, was looking at this traffic signal warrant summary that was provided, I believe, by the applicant through DOT. Can you walk through and kind of explain the findings here? Is that possible?
I would probably have to defer to our traffic engineer if you're talking in relation to the traffic intersection evaluation study that was performed by our traffic engineering staff.
I'm just struggling to try to understand what the findings are.
I fully understand, and perhaps one of our engineers is probably best suited to answer that. So, seeing as nobody's hopped up next to me, what I'd suggest,
Anybody?
what we could do is we could ensure that we have staff available during the second read to address that question.
Okay, I would like that. I'd like to.
Looks like Paul might. No? I mean, we did specifically ask. This was a very specific ask about this intersection.
Yeah.
So I would anticipate that this would be questioned during today's presentation. Certainly, hopefully, some better anticipation for second read.
Yeah, I just would like to know, in terms of concurrency and, the impacts, is it projected that this, a light will be required at this intersection? I certainly.
My understanding of it, sir, is that signalization is not required based on the amount of trips that are generated by this particular application at that intersection. However, I'll defer to our experts in traffic engineering when they come back and when we bring them for second read.
Okay, thank you. I wanted,
Can I just read the conclusion on this?
Okay, go.
Yeah, so it says here, after review of the intersection, staff found that the intersection improvements are not needed at this time. The intersection operates at an acceptable level of service and crash rates are low. At this time, staff does not recommend any improvements to the intersection. However, staff does recommend that striping and pavement markings on the eastbound approach is refreshed to improve roadway visibility.
Okay.
That entrance to Hargrove is probably less than 500, 600 meters from that traffic light at Palm Coast Parkway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it would be difficult to have two lights back to back like that, kind of stacking up traffic.
Then you got the weight station.
Right.
They're just past
D-cell and XL of that.
Yeah, I saw the level of service for the most part. There's only one small part of it that's a level of service D, which is our adopted standard in the city. The level of service other than that one part appeared to be B and C, I think, from what I remember on the traffic report. But I'm with you. That was a concern, and Councilman Sullivan had brought it up. So, yeah.
We're not approaching the need to add a light or an improvement to that, and then so the residents therefore incur some cost.
Right.
Not now, but in a couple of years maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else from the council?
Mr. Mayor, if I could offer a little bit of clarity, point of clarification to Mr. Chimento's PowerPoint. There was a particular slide that he said that they had a call with our Economic Development Director on February 4th of 2025. That's accurate. Our former Community Development Deputy Director, Mr. Raymond Tyner, was involved with that call as well. And I just wanted to make sure that we have on the record that staff did advise the applicant, Hard Rocks, in this call, that a rezoning application was necessary for their use at that time, prior to them submitting an application, purchasing the property in April of 2025, or my understanding of, as Ms. Petty stated, buying the 6 vehicles that they have waiting at the lines ready to go.
Yeah, while we were sitting here, I looked at that property, and Ms. Petty, you guys paid too much for that property. I can tell you that right now.
Mr. Mayor, as well, the staff member that did the traffic study is off today, but we'll make sure that's shored up.
Okay, if it makes it to the second read. Anything else from the council? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board recommended that City Council finds the proposed rezoning application number 6185 is consistent with the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code to rezone plus or minus 10.44 acres from Industrial 1 zoning district to the Industrial 2 zoning district.
We're gonna have public comment.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'll second it for discussion so we can hear from our residents.
All right, thank you. Anything else from the council? Okay, we're going to open this up for public comment. Please be respectful and maintain a level of decorum. Yes, Mr. Davis.
Good morning, Mayor Jeremy Davis. I want to comment on the rezoning proposal in the Hargrove industrial area. During the presentation, we saw a slide titled Traffic Undercurrent Permissible Uses. That slide stated that under the existing L1 zoning that the site could theoretically support approximately 175,000 square feet of light industrial development, generating up to 708 daily vehicle trips. That number represents a theoretical maximum allowed under zoning, not necessarily what would actually be built on the property. A light industrial build-out of that scale would likely consist of multiple businesses with traffic spread throughout the day. The proposed concrete batch plant represents a different type of traffic pattern because it concentrates heavy truck traffic associated with construction activity. The presentation also referenced trucks weighing up to 68,000 pounds along with a cap of 200 vehicle trips per day. Heavy trucks of that size have a different impact on roadway wear than normal passenger vehicles. Vice Mayor, you also raised an important point earlier regarding the cost to remill or resurface a mile of roadway. That is significant infrastructure costs that cities regularly face. The applicant's economic impact slide stated that the project is expected to generate approximately $40,000 per year in property tax revenue. That makes it reasonable to ask whether the city has evaluated the long-term roadway maintenance cost associated with the truck traffic compared with the projected annual tax revenue. The presentation also referenced a traffic study performed by Buckholz Traffic Group in 2025. However, the slide shown appeared to display the cover letter rather than the full analysis. Residents did not see the intersection evaluations, roadway capacity analysis, or level of service results that are typically included in a traffic study. There is also a practical business consideration in the immediate area. There are 3 automotive tint shops operating in that corridor, including King's Automotive, which is located very close to the proposed site. Businesses like these depend on clean indoor environments because airborne dust can affect vehicle finishing work. These are simply factors worth considering when evaluating compatibility with an existing business area. When decisions involved industrial uses, heavy truck traffic, and long-term infrastructure impacts, having clear data helps everyone understand the full picture. If the traffic study supports the conclusions presented today, making that analysis available to the public would help answer many of these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Kate Renee Hunter, and I work in Hargrove Industrial Park. Cement plants are not like warehouses, contractors, auto repair facilities, electricians, embroidery, and screening print shops. They produce fine particulate dust, cement dust, and silica particles that can travel well beyond the property where they originate. Numerous studies link prolonged exposure to cement dust with respiratory problems, including asthma, chronic lung irritation, and long-term pulmonary issues. Our employees work in this industrial park every day. Many businesses operate open bays, outdoor yards, and loading areas. Dust contamination doesn't just affect health, it affects equipment, inventory, and operations. And we can't ignore the broader environmental impact. Dust dispersion, stormwater runoff concerns, and noise and air pollution. Not to mention the other IND2 already in the neighborhood, Sunbelt Chemicals. They were there before Palm Coast was Palm Coast. We developed this area as IND1, and that's what we've been doing. All of the small businesses in this area have come in and made this home because this is where we were told that IND1 businesses should go. I'm going to quote the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health Chemical Safety Guide, publication number 2016-160. It states, when hydrochloric acid comes into contact with calcium carbonate or cement dust, it can release carbon dioxide and hydrogen chloride gas, both which are hazardous to inhale. The reaction is exothermic and may intensify airborne particulate exposure. It is especially relevant when cement dust is present in the air, such as near batching plants, truck washouts, or construction zones. The video showed a gentleman pouring a jug of diluted liquid into a handful of cement dust. I noticed that he held it out away from his face as the fumes from that chemical reaction was in question. The other thing is Sunbelt Chemicals does not, that's their whole business, is diluting the strong stuff to the weak stuff. So having a jug of the weak stuff is not representative to this situation at all. Also I'm going to try to hit this water concerns. Using approximately 25,000 gallons of water per day. That's nearly 9 million gallons per year at a time when Palm Coast has been publicly discussing water shortages and conservation measures. The possibility of having to introduce reclaimed wastewater into our drinking water supply, approving a project that consumes this level of water raises serious questions. Residents are being asked to conserve. The city has discussed long-term solutions like reclaimed water systems to address supply challenges, yet we are considering approving a project that will consume massive quantities of water every single day. Water is one of our region's most valuable and limited resources. Allocating that much water to a cement plant is seriously wrong.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Duarte.
Jeannie Duarte. The video that they showed didn't do them any favors. They conveniently used a wet slab to do their video, but even then, I was able to see several very large cracks in their cement. Hazardous materials are left to interpretation. Employment of 15 people do not benefit the community. And for those 15 people to do 20 even if you cut that in half with the back and forth, 200 trip, that they're gonna rush. That's only 15 people doing those trips, blah. Data center, the batch plant, all want to use up our water. Palm Coast needs to build classy, not trashy. This batch plant brings long-term health and environmental concerns and is an eyesore. An excessive wear and tear on our local roadways, the weight and the volume alone of the traffic. We have already been through this. Let your yeses be yes and your noes be no. They cannot bring their own water. They can only pump from our existing aquifer and potentially contaminate it. I would rather see a luxury and commute rail line combined with a very large historic museum out there on the west side. Let your yeses be yes and your noes be no. We've been through this already, y'all.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Andy Vargas. I'm the owner of Auto House of Palm Coast. I've been there for about 12 years. There are many reasons why this should not pass rezoning: accelerated road deterioration, increased congestion, and safety risks to both employees and customers. Since I only have 3 minutes, I'm only going to cover the road and the road evaluation study. Thank you for the attempt. However, the road evaluation study doesn't include future growth of the area. It does not include the lack of egress. It does not include 80,000-pound trucks. And most importantly, the road evaluation study does not include the road. The survey was only for the intersection of US 1 and Hargrove grade and is incompatible for the points I just mentioned. Hard Rock put their own cap of 200 deliveries per day, and that does not include inbound deliveries of materials. They can remove this cap at their discretion. A comprehensive study must include that what they do at full capacity at 850 trips per day. That's 4 times the amount of their capped 200. Common sense will tell you no company would invest millions of dollars and plan to operate at 20% capacity. Full capacity is 850 trips per day. The reason this is important is the road has severe cracking on the edges and is breaking off. I did enclose some photos if you want to look at those, and it doesn't do it justice. Where we left off last time was there was to be a comprehensive traffic study, which was not done. There's a single point of egress in the neighborhood at US 1 and Hargrove. That road continues westward past the tracks. and is undeveloped dirt road that floods and is not a viable egress. In regards to the intersection of US 1 and Hargrove Grade, 3 trucks would block the traffic and not allow any right-hand turns. 1 slab requires 9 trucks. No matter how good the drivers are, you can't change the nature of an 80,000-pound vehicle, an 80,000-pound truck. It requires longer distance to stop, accelerate slowly, and then it accelerates slower than the surrounding traffic. This would further complicate an already problematic area going on to Hargrove, from Hargrove onto US 1, especially when turning left across the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am?
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea, and I am a business owner in the Hargrove industrial area. Once again, I stand before you and ask that you think about the effects this plant would have on the surrounding accomplished and established businesses. Within the past year, this council rejected a similar proposal for a cement plant. That decision reflected legitimate concerns about land use, compatibility, and community impact. Now we are being asked to reconsider essentially the same concept, just in a different location. Approving this request raises a serious question. What has changed? If the dangers to our community were valid last year, they are valid today. To approve this today is not planning. It is inconsistency and tells our residents that our land use policies are for sale. If the reasoning that justified rejecting the previous proposal still applies, approving this one could create legal inconsistencies and potential challenges. Cities must apply their zoning policies consistently and fairly, otherwise they expose themselves to litigation and credibility issues. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir?
Hello, Council. My name is Dylan Chopra. I'm representing 15 Hargrove LLC at 11 Hargrove Lane, Palm Coast. Members of the Council, we own the 32-acre parcel directly across from the subject property. Last fall, this Council denied our rezoning request to heavy industrial for a concrete batch plant. We respected that decision and pivoted in good faith. We reverted to our original plan, a luxury car condominium development, which aligns with the type of business park environment the city has expressed it wants in this corridor. Some key facts. Our prior application was less impactful. Our plant location was set back off the main road. We offered substantial natural and engineered buffers, and our traffic study showed trip generation equal to or less than what Hard Rock is now proposing. If trip counts, buffering, and compatibility were concerns previously, those same concerns exist here, and in some respects are greater due to this site's frontage and visibility. Number 2, nothing material has changed. This is the same corridor, same surrounding uses, and same compatibility concerns that were present during our application. Approving a similar heavy industrial use now, particularly one more exposed on the main corridor, would be inconsistent with the Council's prior determination. Number 3, reliance and impact. After our denial, we made substantial investment decisions based on that outcome. Our luxury car condominium project depends on a clean business park setting, controlled heavy truck activity, and the absence of cement dust and aggregate operations directly across the street. Approving this rezoning would materially impair the viability of our project. We would suffer substantial economic damages if this application is approved after ours was denied under similar and in some respects more favorable conditions. If this rezoning is approved under circumstances materially similar to those under which our application was denied, we believe we would have a strong legal basis to pursue a claim against the city for the substantial damages we would incur. We respectfully ask the Council to maintain consistency with its prior decision and deny this rezoning request. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Chris Fulton. I own the property at 2 Marketplace on Hargrove. I believe there's positives and negatives to this, mostly negatives, especially small businesses or their employees going to and from the job during the days, coming back from materials that increased trip on the road there will cause major delays getting to and from the jobs, and also for clients coming to visit our businesses there. That directly segues into the safety for that intersection. I don't know if anybody's ever seen a wreck that's happened at the intersection or shortly after, but it's horrific. People get in a rush because of congestion. Their consideration for safety goes down, and they try to push the limit. So I think this is going to enable people to be more dangerous at that intersection for that part, which is also going to lead to road maintenance fees. I don't know who left that picture of there, but there's a place out Industry Drive. It's very problematic. We've had multiple patches, and it's I don't know, it's always happening because of the flood water and the water buildup over there. So impact fees, trips, and then we're gonna have to shoulder that cost again, continually. I do believe that this is a great community, or a great company. I believe they have a place in Palm Coast, especially in the construction industry. Great idea, wrong location. Unless they can commit to maybe going west instead of going east and finding an alternate route to US 1 to keep their trucks from going down there, access US 1. I can't support that any other way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is John Sackett, and I'm proud to work for Hard Rock Materials. I'm here today not just as an employee, but someone who lives in this community. I care about how our city grows, just like everyone here. There's one thing we can all agree on, and that growth is happening here. This plan is about responsible growth and development. It allows us to supply materials locally. It allows us to supply materials locally for the roads, schools, homes, and businesses the city needs, without relying on long-distance trucking or out-of-town suppliers. It's also about supporting local businesses. When you invest in a company like Hard Rock, you're supporting local jobs, local families, and a workforce that takes pride in being part of this community. The people working at this plant live here, spend here, and support other local businesses right here in the city and on Hargrove Road. I see firsthand the standards we operate under. This company is committed to doing things the right way, safely, responsibly, and with respect for the community and other local businesses. I'm proud to be a part of a company that wants to grow within this community and the right way. Respectfully, I ask that you support this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Terrence Nelson. I've been with the company for 8 years. Daily, I commute like 100 miles, like to and from work, from Palm Coast to St. Augustine. And so it won't not only would it be beneficial to me, it would be beneficial to anybody in this area that was looking for a job. Like I said, I've been with this company 8 years, and in the 8 years that I've been here, safety has been the main topic for us. So every day, we operate in a safe environment. I too, as some of the other members stated, pay taxes in this community. And the lady that stated about the air quality, I have asthma, and I've been doing this for like 8 years with this company, 7 years with another company, and not once have I been affected. And a lot of people hate growth, but growth is good in a lot of instances. Take, for instance, you got residents living here that got to travel to other counties, other cities, just for employment. Whereas if you get a company coming in, it opens up jobs for everybody in this area. And that also helps the economy around here because money is put back into it. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm Robert Arterberry. I just moved here from Colorado in October, and I started with Hard Rock. And I'm pretty proud from the companies I've worked over the last 20 years is probably the one that's probably more dedicated to their employees and the businesses around them and the communities that I've ever worked for before. I just think that by having them down here, one, I don't have to commute as far to work, but two, it gives you more time at home with my wife. I mean, when you're driving, when you're coming back, you're less family time, and I get a chance less to spend around this area, so I just think that it's a good thing that they're here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Mayor Norris, Vice Mayor Pontieri, and distinguished members of the City Council. My name is Mark Knobloch. I'm a resident here, and I actually, after I was hired, because this has been a long-term project of Hard Rock to come to Palm Coast, I've lived here about 1.5 years, but and I was hired 2 years ago. And there are just a couple of points that I'd like to make. I did come and I talked to the Planning Committee. And since then, I've dwelt on some of the conversations we've had. Approving this project is the responsible choice. As we've heard today, there are already approved uses under Industrial 1 for the property that would be far more intensive in terms of truck weight, It was mentioned that, you know, our trucks weigh 80,000 pounds. No, our trucks will weigh 68,000 pounds fully loaded with 9 yards. And for example, a distribution facility of up to 50,000 square feet would have many, many 80,000 pound trucks coming to it. Not that that's not a bad business to attract to the park, and I would hope that one would come, by all means. But I think that any improvements or repaving the road, that's already, given the context of an industrial park and with the permitted uses already approved in the comprehensive plan, that's a sunk cost. And really, the main consideration that I wanted to bring to your attention is the type of jobs that this is creating. I'm one of 6 drivers. I'll be one of the 6 initial drivers. And I did some research this morning. If I'm not mistaken, I might be a few dollars off. Median household income across all zip codes in Palm Coast is $77,350. Per capita income was, I saw a couple of different figures, between $40,000 and $45,000. These are jobs that are closer to the median household income. Each job. These are jobs that would provide for people living in the community to spend money at local businesses and you know, contribute to the larger economy. Again, as I've already said, in terms of intensity, we have proffered voluntarily deeded covenants, restrictive covenants that will run with the property. Whether Hard Rock is there in 10 years or not, the new owner will be restricted to those covenants. Hard Rock's a good neighbor. We've done everything to address any concerns of our other neighbors, things that the planning committee brought up. And I think that approving Hard Rock's application for a change to IND2 is the responsible choice. This is a business that we want to attract to Palm Coast. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and the entire council. My name is George Wiley. I've been living here in Palm Coast for about, ever since 2003, and I've built 4 houses here. I'm actually in the real estate a little bit, other than working for this company called Hard Rock. And before Hard Rock, I worked for a company called CMEX that we built mostly a lot of these houses here in Palm Coast. And one thing I want to say about the difference in the way we do things at Hard Rock, at CMEX, pretty much we did things in a way that it wasn't well organized, but coming over to Hard Rock, we are a very organized company. We do things in a unique way, whereas the drivers, you know, we carry ourselves in a way that we are not damaging and creating situations that would bring about confrontations with other customers. You know, we are well trained. And looking at the video that was, you know, shown earlier, it kind of speaks for itself. You know, if you look at it, you didn't see, you know, the materials in the atmosphere, you know, being forced upon other companies and around people that created problems. If you look at it, it shows a cleanliness. You know, we do things in a well-organized way. And I just wanted to put that out there. We have most of these houses, I mean, we're bringing something to the table that is well needed because, you know, this place is growing. And concrete is the #1 thing that's needed here. And we're going to need it because we live here and we want to be able to service Palm Coast. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is John Santos. I'm the owner of Major Auto Repair. May I see the map for the road again, please?
No, it's just public comment, sir. You just make your comment. If you can pull it up, Mr. Hanson,
Yeah.
that's fine. It's not a debate, you just make your.
No, I just want to know what will happen if there's an accident right there. Because we have over 70 business on Hargrove Lane. What happens when that road gets blocked? Our clients can't leave. We can't go home to our families because they're all talking about everybody going home to their families. What about us? What happened to our shops? Between major auto repair and auto house, we employ over 15 people. So what happened to our businesses when our clients no longer want to go there? Because they all have nice cars. You know, nobody wants to get rock chips on their cars. They showed a lot of nice pictures there, concrete trucks, clean and everything. That's great. Go to a job site where the concrete trucks are leaving and see what happens on the road. There's concrete all over the road, okay? The pictures that they posted there, everything's very clean, but everybody knows how dirty construction is. Look at their boots. And they're sitting in a concrete truck. The gentleman spoke about him having asthma. He's in a truck. He's not outside. He's getting loaded and he leaves. You know, and Hargrove does not have the capability for these trucks. We're not saying no to the concrete plant, but not there. Like, what's going to happen to all of our businesses? You know, we invested everything that we have. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, folks. I said good morning, but it's afternoon now. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate you. I'm Steve Parrish. I'm on the board of directors at the Palm Coast Commercial Industrial Center at Hargrove Lane 15. I'm not only here for myself, but representing a bunch of the other owners. All these folks speaking to you this morning, including myself, again, we're not public speakers, yet we feel strongly enough about this to be here. We're carpenters, cabinet builders, AC companies, custom woodworkers, electricians, auto mechanics. We have a baker out there, we have window tinters, and there's actually a church that has been there since it was built. And out on Hargrove Grade, there's a bounce house company and a mattress store. We're a group of small business owners that collectively employ hundreds of people. We spent 20 years building our businesses. We all bought in the light industrial area, one of the few in Palm Coast. We followed all the rules laid out by the city with trees and grassy islands that take up our parking spots. We keep it maintained and always presentable. We wanted shops that are inviting to our clientele. The businesses in Hargrove invested here because the rules were clear. We purchased properties, built companies, hired employees based on the expectation that the city would maintain the integrity of the light industrial zoning. We get 3 minutes to speak briefly about the real impact this decision will have on our businesses, our employees, our customers, and the future of the Hargrove Light Industrial Park. 3 minutes for our livelihood. This community didn't happen accidentally. It happened because the zoning was designed intentionally for light industrial businesses that can coexist, support one another, and grow without harming neighboring businesses. We're succeeding within the capacity for which it was planned, but we find our success at risk. This action could fundamentally change the character of this business park. I pick up some building materials at a supply house that's on US 1 across from a batch plant. My windows and doors have to be cleaned before I can present them to my customers, which makes me think, do you want your car detailed across from the street from one of these plants? As much as they say they're clean, batch plants are dusty and it's everywhere. I hope the council sees this zoning change as detrimental to the surrounding properties and our businesses, which is part of the criteria on the critical list for not approving the zoning. Again, I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
How's it going? I'm Austin with Hard Drop Materials. I'm a representative. Good morning, council members. Happy St. Patty's Day. I had an entire script, but I'm not even going to use it. After hearing all this factual information that's coming up, these are fears, not facts. All right. So back in 24-25, when this property was presented, Randy, my father, he was called. We set up a meeting. We came in, met with many members. There was 3 gentlemen in it. You only named 2. well, there was 3 gentlemen in the office. Their concerns were the wells. We went and navigated around the wells, needed to be 500 feet. Now we're hearing a bunch of other, issues that weren't really issues that we can't navigate. We've brought up, water, geo, traffic studies. We've brought up air quality. So when we also were looking at this property, we also did our research on Mr. Norris, wanting to he ran on the acronym RAISE, which is industrial growth in the community. So that gave us confidence as a company to go ahead and, as you said, we very well overpaid for the property because we were going through the guidance of the city council members that pushed us and said, we are easy, this is a great community, we want you here. So they pushed us to this direction and curved our opinion. The city that we've been working with for the past year, it's been great. Excellent people on it. We just stand here today to base your off of facts, not fears. We're out of town right now. That's why some of the drivers are here. If you go out in the parking lot, we have mixers out in the parking lot because we're coming from St. Augustine, and we had jobs in Palm Coast this morning. So they left those jobs and came straight here because they wanted their voice to be felt. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm a new business owner on 15 Hargrove Lane, and I'm just introduced to this issue.
State your name for the record, sir.
Ralph Votino. I'm a new business owner there, and this is a new issue that I'm just becoming involved with because I am a new owner over there. I think the fact that they can't get exemptions for the covenants for the existing zoning and have to go to the new zoning, the impact to the area in all aspects of the area is going to be 2 to 3x. So if you look at the financial impact that, the facts have been stated, that we're looking at 15 jobs and $40,000 in revenue tax. Come on, guys. And then the snowball comment is very realistic in what will happen, what the expectation is and what's been stated now to what it's going to end up being, 2 different things. So, you guys were elected to protect the city, and this business is not protecting the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Joe Rossheim, and I speak today as a 20-year resident, business owner, taxpayer, and someone who deeply cares about the future of Palm Coast and the health of the Hargrove Industrial Park. The application before you is to convert land zoned light industrial into heavy industrial for a cement plant. That may sound pretty simple, but it is far more complicated than that. This decision will fundamentally change the character of the Hargrove Industrial Park. It will have an impact on hundreds of surrounding businesses, as well as set a dangerous precedent for the entire city. The most important point to think about today is precedent. This council has already reviewed a similar request, and you said no. Approving this one would contradict that decision. It leads the public to believe that rules change depending on who is asking. Light industrial zoning is meant for business that can operate together responsibly, without constant truck traffic, dust, industrial noise, or massive water use. Heavy industrial zoning is a completely different animal. A cement plant is not a small operation. Per the applicant, it would add truck traffic amounting to 1 truck trip every 4 minutes, depending on how you look at that 200, 400 number. They'll be pumping 25,000 gallons of water per day out of an already strained aquifer, and as previously stated, that's almost 9 million gallons a year. And lastly, it adds industrial activity at a scale this area was never intended to handle. I want to share a personal note. My family is also in the middle of spending a lot of money in Palm Coast. We're in the middle of doing an expansion on our property, $1.5 million, to add a 7,200 square foot building on our property to support 1 or 2 local businesses, and most importantly, add some jobs. These businesses are looking to expand, and this is the type of thing we need in Palm Coast where they can expand. But the plan is now in jeopardy. If this zoning is approved and the cement plant is built, we will take that investment elsewhere. Maybe there's a city around here somewhere that would appreciate it more than this one. Palm Coast has spent decades building a reputation as a clean, forward-thinking, family-friendly city. Approving this zoning sends the opposite message, that long-term planning can be changed overnight and the city's vision is negotiable. Good planning requires consistency. Public trust is built on consistency. So today you have a choice. You can either protect the vision that so many Palm Coast businesses have spent decades building and have allowed the light industrial park to thrive, or you can allow one project to rewrite it forever. The trucks will come, the dust will come, the precedent will be set. Instead, when the history of the City Council is written, let it say, you stood up, you said no, and you protected the existing surrounding businesses, long-term residents, and taxpayers. You stood up for the future of Palm Coast and its valuable resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Mayor?
Anyone else for public comment?
Not public comments, sir, but I just had some financial info that I've been shared with my staff, just so that you have it as a council. So milling and resurfacing of Hargrove Road, as far as cost goes, is about $300,000. And if we had to deep mill the roadway to structurally enhance it, it'd be an additional $900,000. So I just wanted to make sure that y'all had that financial information. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That, yeah, Hargrove is in need of repair now. Anything else from the council? You got something, Councilman Gambaro?
No, I just wanted to have a discussion here about where you guys think you are, and if not Hargrove, then where do we put the plant, or the batch plant, I mean, even the business owners have said, hey, maybe this isn't the best place, but if not this location, what location? Mr. Hanson, do you, where else can we put them?
As is right now with the lands within Palm Coast that are designated industrial, there's not a lot of areas that are already industrial. So if it behooves the city council, when looking at potential other developments, if you're looking for alternatives besides this, you'd want to ensure that any potential areas that are going to have large-scale operations or something like this as far as land, that you probably look at areas that align with your goals, objectives, and policies of a comprehensive plan for non-residential tax base and areas that could be designated for industrial uses.
Okay, so we really don't have a place for it to go, is what you're saying?
As is right now, the industrial areas that we got Hargrove grade, we got light industrial area over on Commerce, just south of Palm Coast Parkway, and then there's a little strip of industrial just southeast of the airport.
Okay, well, it goes back to what? Sites and land, right? Which is, I mean, all of us here are pro-economic development, but it's taken us back to sites and lands, right? And so if this isn't a right fit for our community, and which, by the way, this plant is not the exact same thing as the one that this council did not approve, or is it?
The use is for concrete, batch plant for ready mix concrete. It's the same type of use, different companies and different plans. So now the one that the council denied is, as you see on this aerial map here, the close one, it would have been the property just east of that cul-de-sac.
Yeah, down by the cul-de-sac.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but so you're saying the use is the same?
That's correct. They were both looking at concrete manufacturing for ready-mix concrete.
Okay, just want to make sure we're clear on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I have right now. I mean, we just, we as a team need to continue to find the right land and sites for us to be able to effectively, economic, to bring in economic development, because we do have to diversify our tax base. And is this the right? So is this the right answer? And so I open this up for discussion before we move to a vote to see, I just want to hear what you guys have to say.
Got anything, Councilman Miller?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So in terms of some of the commentary in regards to this is the exact same thing, I think there's some fundamental differences. Now, I'm not trying to forecast where I'm going with this, but you know, it was directly adjacent to medically zoned property. There's covenant restrictions on this that changed some of the issues that we had with the first one. Primarily, I think the main argument that was made against approval last time was the fact that this business could go out of business, and now it's industrial too, and it can be used for other things. There's no restrictions on that, right? So it could become another chemical plant or some other thing. So there are some fundamental differences here between this and the first one. So I'd push back on, you know, anybody saying, well, there's legal recourse here, because you would have to make the argument that this is exactly the same, and it's not. In terms of, I think the overall conversation, I think you're on the right track, Councilman Garbaro, that if not here, then where, and where do we go as a city? Because we know fundamentally we don't have enough industrial, we don't have enough commercial businesses. We have to provide places for them. So it's a real struggle. It's a very tough decision because of that. And then there's restrictions on what we're allowed to consider legally in terms of approval or denial. So in a perfect world, if I polled the residents and they said, we don't want this, that would be how we would vote, right? But legally, we're not necessarily allowed to consider that. You know, there's certain criteria that was put up, I think, by Mr. Hansen, 2 pages of that, that we have to use to make the decision. So, you know, honestly, I don't know where I stand right now. And, you know, we're very close to this vote. So I'd be interested in hearing other opinions as well.
Vice Mayor, you got anything?
Very briefly, I'll say that when I go back to the criteria that we have to consider, specifically LDC Section 2.05.05 and LDC Section 2.06.03, my decision today will be based on what the compatibility and hardships of not approving this versus approving it. So is it compatible? Is it not compatible with the surrounding uses? And what are the benefits versus the detriment? I think when looking at compatibility, we have some issues. The covenants help. Buffers would help. And that's just pursuant to the code, right? So for future reference, I think the project was well presented. I do. You know, whether or not we're looking at projections, right? We say, well, economically, we project X, Y, Z and benefit to the city, which it's all projections. We have a group of longstanding business owners that have a record of producing benefits to the city economically. So I think that's what the council has to weigh, the compatibility and the detriment, in other words, the public interest, versus the benefit, the financial significance. So if I'm one of my colleagues, that's what I'm weighing in this moment. I'm not showing my cards one way or the other, because I think we all need to vote on our own laurels. But that's what I'm analyzing in this decision.
Thank you.
Question though, in regards to that. So, you know, there's a number of empty properties, right? And we've heard from some of the commentary that, hey, we're planning on expanding. That needs to happen. If there's another use for it that we keep denying over and over and over again, but none of these properties are being developed, it doesn't increase the tax base. It doesn't shift the burden from, you know, residential taxes. It doesn't do those things. So, you know, kind of a message out there to those landowners is, start using this property because other people want to use it and you guys don't want them there. It becomes this kind of situation where we're just kind of like holding this property that's not being used, and it's not beneficial to the residents or the city in any way.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Councilman.
It's just sitting there, and if we're narrowly restricting the uses, then we need to develop it. You know?
I agree with you. I think that the economic development strategies in the last year have been markedly different than they have in the past. I feel it, I see it. So hopefully work can be done, but I agree with you. I hear what you're saying. We have somebody who's willing to come in, spend the money, has already invested. So at what point do we stop saying no?
Councilman Sullivan?
Yeah, since I made the motion, I do think there are differences between the previous request for the change, including when you put the picture up of the land there where you can see across the street. A couple of differences. I did ask for a traffic study that whatever it was done, and there was no, inherent thing that would stop the project based on that study. But if you look at that cul-de-sac, remember the other plant, you see a little circle at the bottom, you come south from Hargrove Grade, the plant was going to be back in there. Well, look at all those little, I went out there, all those businesses are right there. There's already heavy traffic down that road and parking right along that road and into the cul-de-sac. So the big difference, one of the differences I see is this plant would be directly on Hargrove, so you have direct access out to the road. You don't have that additional problem of getting back and forth into the community. And I think the presentation solved a lot of the concerns that I've had over the years, over the past year about this. And I do think it has changed what's going to be going in there and the other comments that people made. I've listened to everything, and I just think that we're at the point where it's time to do something that tells the world that this city we are open for business, like it or not. We're growing, and we have to have business if we're going to exist. We can't live on ad valorem taxes, which on top of everything else may go down in value based on what's happening with the state legislature. That's my comment.
Thank you, sir. I'll make my final comment and we can vote. I do feel that it's in conflict with and contrary to the public interest and compatibility with what's already out there. To me, there's very little difference between this project and the last one, and I can't support it because what's my return on my investment? I'm going to get 15 jobs, or I'm going to lose 50 jobs from the people that are already existing out there that want to grow their businesses, and without all the impacts to the community that we would see with something like this coming in. So I can't support it. I want those light industrial to come in, but I can't support something like this because it's just not compatible with the area. Anything else from the council?
I just have a question to clarify the motion. Is the motion with the additional conditions that the applicant said they would agree to? So making sure the site plan will come back to City Council if it's approved, as well as ensuring that the restrictions cannot be challenged by the applicant or any assigns in the future?
That would be my understanding.
Okay.
And just for clarity, if we were to pass on first read, would we be able to have the covenant restrictions executed by the applicant prior to second read?
I'm getting a net hot yes.
Anything else for the council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. A question to the applicant. Would the applicant be willing to, this is an important decision, right? And I've never been in one of your facilities or walked the ground myself, right? As an Army general, that's what I like to do if I can. But I would like to do it with some of our residents, with some of our fellow business owners here, so that they can see it for themselves. And if at that point you guys still say, Charlie, you're crazy, let's not do this, would you guys be open to walking the site yourself and seeing it for yourself before we make this final decision? The gentleman in the back, would some of you be willing to join me and walk in the ground before we make a final decision? Okay.
You mean that ground or one of their existing plants?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, to visit one of their plants and actually physically walk the ground. Join me to walk the grounds before we make a final decision on this. And if at that point you guys still think it's a bad idea. Well, you know where I stood on the last vote, but I think it's important enough because I think there are some differences that we walk the ground together and maybe they can address some of the concerns. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out a way, and I may go there and say, hey, you know what? It's absolutely not compatible, but this is an important enough decision that the Army General in me says I've got to go see this for myself. But I would like for some of you guys to join me, okay? And if you're willing to do that, but it's no guarantees that it's an approval on the second read, right? On the last plan, I was a yes on first read because I needed more information, and on the second one, I was a no, okay? But my inclination is to get eyes on, to talk to your team on the ground, to see where the water's coming from, you know, all these kinds of things. But if you guys are willing to join me in a site visit, I would appreciate it so we can make a decision as a team, at least from my perspective. Could you come up to the mic, ma'am?
Thank you. I do not have a problem with that. Of course, we would have to have, you know, them wear hard hats, safety vests. I would rather do it on a lower part instead of the trucks, you know, depending on what plan it is, which would be either Baldwin or Fay Road, that is going to be more like the one here, because this is a small footprint. We're not having like your ready-mix companies that are like SRM and what have you, the larger plants that they have. This is a very small footprint. And that's what I think is a little bit confusing for the people who don't understand the industry, the difference between those types of plants. And I think that that's part of the issue. So I would have to check with my insurance company in order to do that, because I am, like you've heard my employees, I am all about safety. I would not want anyone to get hurt or claim they got hurt or anything like that. So that is my duty as the owner of the business. I am welcoming anybody, but just let me get it through the insurance company. We have to follow safety rules. And I want it to be a plant which is compatible to what we plan to put here. And on the note for, you know, earlier I wanted to say that, you know, we have invested in this community. And when I add it all up, I have already invested over $4 million of hard-earned money. And we're not here to disrespect our neighbors, our community. We're here to help them. And I know that that maybe sound like simple words, but this is how we operate. We're not here to swallow everybody up. We're not here to do everybody's work, but we're here to do the work that actually matters to the community. I have helped, and the company has helped, so many recreation budgets, people on limited budgets, leaderships that are on limited budgets. We have helped them so much. We have given the community back. And, you know, I know, you know, a lot of these complaints, they feel they are legitimate, and I understand them. But if they actually saw us in action, which we were going to give them that opportunity, maybe they'll have a different take on it. We're not here to destroy. We're not here to cause disruption. Not at all. So,
thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, it's going to be really important for us to have that site visit.
Yes, sir. Not a problem.
Because I
will
figured I
make
will
it
tell you,
happen.
if we don't, I'm going to be extremely resolute in my decision.
No,
Okay?
I will make it
But what I
happen.
want to do is see it for myself, and also our residents that have the concerns to walk the ground, talk to your employees, and that you guys are giving me head nods that you're willing to do. And then I think it'll help better inform our second read. But, okay.
Mr. Mayor?
You know, just to give y'all
Can I ask a question, though?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, that's,
What did you have?
Yeah, so I think we're setting a really dangerous standard here. Because at this point, we're saying, and this is why I started my inquiry the way I started it. We're not talking about hard rock. We're talking about industrial 2. So I think we're setting a really dangerous standard. Look, before the last concrete batch plant was here, I went and visited several of them because I don't know anything about concrete batch plants and the potential impacts and all those things. And so I went out to look at them. And they looked fine. They looked perfectly fine. Now, they were all on roads that are in much better shape and usually 4 lanes. And some of the roads, it was just them. It was an industrial park. So different setup, which I do think is relevant. But what kind of standard and precedent are we setting if this isn't an exception to industrial 1, which is what I think it should be couched as? That is a different discussion. I commend you, Councilman Gambaro, for being willing to look at the plant, being willing to take business owners there. But I don't think that that's what we should be looking at. We should be looking at whether or not industrial 2 is compatible in a light industrial park, hard stop. And whether or not the industrial 2 uses have proper infrastructure like this. Is this the proper infrastructure for industrial 2 uses consistently every single day in and day out? And I've tried to stay quiet about this, but I'm hearing and looking at everything going on, and I'm thinking in my head, this is not right the way we're considering this right now. And I feel bad for them. I do. But we have a duty to look at this the right way using the right standard. It's not about hard rock. It's about industrial 2 in a light industrial 1 park.
Thank you, Mayor. Anything else from the council? Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Councilmember Miller,
No.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
No.
Councilmember Gambaro,
No.
Councilmember Sullivan,
yes.
Mayor Norris.
No.
The motion fails 4-1.
Thank you. We're moving on. We'll give you time to clear out if you're going to leave. We're going to move on the resolutions, and I would propose to the council take a 30-minute break for lunch.
I would like a small break.
All right, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
We're going to stand in recess for 30 minutes, Mr. Attorney. 26XX, accept an annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, as presented by Mauldin and Jenkins LLC. Helena, you got this one? Where's our representative? Is your mic on? Mike, Helena, is it on? There you go.
We're joined today by Daniel Anderson with Mauldin Jenkins, city's auditors. He's here to present to you the results of the fiscal year audit for the year ended September 30, 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Great to see you, Daniel.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Daniel Anderson. I'm the audit partner with Mauldin Jenkins, who had ultimate responsibility for the city's 2025 fiscal year-end audit. A brief presentation of those audit results for you here this morning or this afternoon. 2025 was the first year that Mauldin Jenkins served as your auditor, so this slide just covers some highlights of who Mauldin Jenkins is. We are a large regional audit organization with offices throughout the Southeast. Your audit was performed from our Bradenton, Florida office location. Our governmental niche is the firm's largest niche, serving over 750 governmental entities in that southeastern footprint. This includes over 180 entities who seek and receive the GFOA Certificate for Excellence in Financial Reporting on a regular basis, as the city does. Additionally, over 350 entities that had federal single audits performed within the most recent fiscal year. So the city had a federal single audit that I'll touch on here in a little bit as well. We perform an audit. The city is required to have an audit performed in accordance with Chapter 10.550 Rules of the Auditor General, as well as Section 218.39 of the Florida statutes. Additionally, if the city expends more than $1 million in federal awards or $750,000 in state awards, there are federal and state guidelines that require a single audit to be performed, which I'll touch on here in a minute. Obviously, we're issuing our opinion on the effectiveness of the presentation of the financial statements. In evaluating and supporting our opinion, we do consider the city's internal control structure to assess risks and to design our audit procedures. However, we're not expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of internal control. We did perform our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards as well as government auditing standards to support that opinion, which is providing reasonable assurance that the financial statements are free of material misstatement, and the financial statements are ultimately management's responsibility. Happy to report that we have issued an unmodified opinion, which is the highest form of assurance that we can render. There are a few additional compliance reports in the back of the annual comprehensive financial report. The first one we refer to as the Yellow Book report, and that's our report of tests of internal controls and compliance with respect to laws, rules, and regulations. This is a negative assurance report, so we're not expressing an opinion here. We just identify any findings of material weaknesses or significant deficiencies if they were identified in the audit process. Happy to report that we did have no current year findings to report there. I mentioned the single audit. The city spent approximately $9.5 million of federal awards, as well as a little over $10 million in state awards for the 2025 fiscal year. This required us to perform federal and state single audits, covering approximately $8.2 million of those federal awards and $5.2 million of the state financial assistance. How we determine what those amounts are, the uniform guidance in Florida statutes directs us how to say, which grant programs we're testing and performing those internal controls and compliance tests with respect to those major programs. Neither the federal or state single audit had any findings or recommendations to bring to your attention. The ACFR is a big document. It's over 200 pages for the 2025 fiscal year, so this slide really just kind of breaks it down into different components. If you're to look at anything within that document, I'd read the transmittal letter, as well as management's discussion and analysis, as that gives high-level summary information about the city and the operations, as well as comparative information about the financial results from 2025 versus 2024, and narratives where management goes in and describes, the activities that occurred that resulted in those changes for the 2 fiscal years. The statistical sections do give 10 years worth of trend information, of financial information, revenue and debt capacity, as well as operating indicators. So those are good. That is a good section to review as well, just so you can see how the city has fared over the past 10 years. Government auditing standards do require us to provide specific communications to governance. I talked about management being responsible for the financial statements. They're also responsible for the accounting policies and procedures identified in Note 1 to the financial statements. We evaluated those in the audit process and determined them to be appropriate in accordance with the accounting standards. There was one new GASB pronouncement in the current year that the city implemented that impacted the way that they account for compensated absences. It wasn't a significant impact, but our audit procedures ensured that the city appropriately implemented that standard for the 2025 fiscal year end. The financial statements do have a few accounting estimates. The most significant estimates are going to be actuarial assumptions to calculate your net pension and total OPEB liabilities, as well as the fair value of your investments and the depreciable lives of your capital assets. In performing the audit, we received full cooperation from management. They were very timely in getting us the audit requests, no issues, delays in the process or anything like that to bring to your attention. We had no disagreements with management over the application of any accounting policies or procedures. At the conclusion of the audit, we did obtain written representation from management over the information provided to us. We're not aware of management's consultations with other accountants. No significant issues discussed with management to bring to your attention. All of the audit adjustments from the initial trial balance provided were either prepared by management or discussed with us by management or with management prior to them providing that trial balance, saying, hey, we need to post this journal entry. Can you guys assist in that process? Which we certainly had no problem helping them do that. But there were no audit adjustments where we found something and required them to adjust their books. We evaluated the financial statement disclosures to ensure that they have all the required information in accordance with the accounting standards. We're not aware that the financial statements are included in any other documents other than what's been disclosed to us, and Mauldin Jenkins is independent with respect to the city in accordance with the AICPA standards. Separately, you'll also receive what we refer to as our auditor's discussion and analysis that provides basically the highlights from this presentation as well. It also provides some information about upcoming GASB pronouncements. There is one new financial model reporting improvement pronouncement that's going to be in effect for fiscal year 2026. That just changes where certain items are classified on your proprietary fund income statement, not how we're accounting for anything, just where they're displayed in the financial statements. But we'll work with management to ensure that those are appropriately implemented for the 2026 fiscal year end. That's the presentation that I have for you this afternoon. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to serve as your auditors. Really enjoyed working with Helena and Stacy and their team. And with that, I'll answer any questions that you guys have.
Thank you, Daniel. Just so everyone's aware, we changed auditing companies, and from what I gathered from you and Helena, it's been a seamless transition. We all scored that contract. We evaluated, and you guys won the contract. So I'm pleased. Helena says she's pleased, and you guys have done a good job. Anything from the council?
Yeah, I was going to just say something very similar. I think I noted, one of the benefits of, a change even when the previous company that was doing the auditing was doing a very good job. You get a different perspective, right? You get people reevaluating our processes and our everything that we're doing to make sure everything's been done the correct way. And so you get a different perspective. And I think, the results that there's no suggestions to change our processes, that they've reviewed everything and this all is being done the right way, says a lot that a completely different company has come in and looked at it and come to the same conclusions as the previous. So just wanted to thank everybody for their work. Thank you, Helena and team, for all the fine work you guys do so that, we can get these done in a timely manner, as well as with, the the conclusion that, you know, we're doing everything in the right way. And, you know, hopefully we can win another state award soon for that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you have something?
Just echo and thank you to our auditor and to staff.
Same thing, thanks for them. I read the brief, was briefed by you guys one-on-one, and then today. So my questions were answered, and thanks for a good job.
Councilman Gambaro? Nothing? Okay, nothing else from the council. We'll open this up for public comment. You got anything?
Mr. Mayor,
I'm sorry.
I move approval of the resolution accepting the annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, as presented by Mauldin Jenkins, LLC.
Second.
All right, we got a second. No discussion. Any more discussion for the council? We'll open it up. Jeannie, you got something?
Appears I'm the lone wolf here today. Thank you for your work. I appreciate it, and I do appreciate that it's a different auditor. However, it still is an internal control, internal audit. I agree with everybody that's been echoing behind me for the last several years that we need a forensic audit, if that's what it's called. We need an external audit done on this city, especially with the utilities. So that's my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Nice shoes, Daniel. I like those. Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any further discussion from the council?
Yeah, I'd just like to note for the record, it is an external audit. It's not an internal audit. Nobody from staff is performing the audit. Someone external is performing the audit, as well as they have independent access to all the data within our systems, so they can, from outside of the building, connect to, retrieve the data, and then analyze it themselves. So it's external.
And Mr. Mayor, if I can make a comment real quick. Thank you, sir. I'd like to comment, Director Alves and her team, as well as the auditing team, greatly appreciated, and really does shore up why, even by external standards, why this organization's financial system is a Triple Crown winner. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Nothing else from the council? Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro?
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan?
Yes.
Councilmember Miller?
Yes.
Mayor Norris?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to item 8, Resolution 2026, approving a construction contract with PBM Construction, Inc. for WTP number 1, Wellfield Expansion Equipment SW 147 and SW 148, and a new raw water main. Yes, sir, Brian.
Here to answer.
Slow it down a little, don't go.
Here to answer any questions. Not a formal presentation, but if you want me to give you a summary or answer any questions.
Just give us a quick summary if you don't mind.
Okay. These are 2 wells in about a 300-gallon-a-minute range. And to say wells, the wells are already driven. It's the, we call it here equip. It's basically putting everything above ground on a well. It's going to feed mostly plant number 1. They are, build the concrete pedestal, put the pumps in, put the piping in, and it runs about 1,000 feet of 6-inch pipe of PVC and 1,000 feet of HDPE pipe. It's 2 different wells. They come under budget. Our budget was $1.3 million. Excuse me. The engineer's estimate was 1.3. Had 7 bids. The lowest bid was in about $1.1 million. So it's just a good project that we need to do. It's funded through capital. Originally, it was funded under 2 separate project numbers. One for the first well, one for the second. But we bid it out together. It's more efficient that way. So I don't think there's any. I just look forward to getting it constructed and get the wells running. It provides this opportunity. The more wells we have, allows us to rest the other wells, and it's better for the aquifer long term.
Thank you, sir. I would like to point something out real quick that caught my attention. Back when we were going through all the things we were going through last year, as far as water was concerned, some in the media even went so far as to invite St. John's Water Management down to talk about water on the radio. And the big thing was, oh, we got plenty of water. what happened in the last 2 weeks? St. John's Water Management said, hey, our aquifers have issues. And I think with the drought, 25-year drought, and it's not like turning on a faucet. Everything has to be replenished, and we have to be very conservative. I just thought that was of note, that even when people are trying to push a narrative, the facts finally lay out and say, look, we do have issues. We're surrounded by water in Florida, but that doesn't mean water is plentiful.
I agree, Mr. Mayor. And I think, obviously there's macro and micro trends, but we've seen in recent years kind of a new trend for a super dry end of winter, beginning of spring. Last year it was April. I think we went the entire month of April without rain, which wasn't typical as well. And we had the same issues with the aquifer back then.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
I hear the concerns, right? But I would also respond with, well, we have a plan for that, right? And the plan is the investments that we've made in our infrastructure to ensure we have wells that penetrate far enough to deal with the brackish water issue. We're constantly moving forward in a direction to ensure that even if there is a drought, we still have the wells in place to maximize the available water for our residents and still meet the requirements, of our residents. And so, as far as this agenda item, I just wanted to just reiterate, this is part of the capital improvement, the 5-year improvement plan with 2 different sources of funding. It's the lowest bidder, and I look forward to seeing this project moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Sullivan, anything?
Well, just following up on Mr. Miller, the problem isn't just our aquifer. The problem with the Florida aquifer is it feeds south, and it has to feed all those big cities south of us too. So I think the St. John's Water Management will only let us take so much out. So we're limited almost more by that than what we could do. But they're not just going to let us drill all the wells we could ever possibly use. So I think it's a bigger problem than just Flagler County. It's the whole problem of Florida and how that aquifer is going to exist over the years.
It's all about the cup. You had something else, Councilman Miller? Vice Mayor?
Just really quickly, so when we see 2 separate funds, is it 2 separate capital funds? What are we looking at here?
It was 2 capital items. One was for well 147, if I have the number right. The one was well 148.
Okay.
And I think if we had it over again, in the future, we would book that as one capital if we know we're going to bid it out together.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of wondering about the bid, if that affected the overall because it's 2 separate.
No, and I wasn't here when it started, but they basically same timing, almost identical wells. One happens to be HDP pipe, one is for the piping, and one is PVC. Pipe contractors could usually handle both of those, so it was good to put them together. Probably efficiency, we were assuming that would save us some money on the bids to bid them together.
And we anticipated this, so we had budgeted for this as a part of the expansion.
Actually,
Okay.
it was budgeted at 900,000 one and 690 the other. The overall, we have currently in our forecast about $1.6 million for these 2, and unfortunately this is going to come in lower, and that will allow us to reallocate the money to other things.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion from the council?
Mr. Mayor, move approval of the resolution approving a construction contract with PBM Constructors Incorporated for a water treatment plant number 1 Wellfield expansion.
Second.
We got a second. Any further discussion from the council? We'll open this up for public comment. Jeannie, you got anything?
Jeannie Duarte. Last July, I had a 4.5-hour tour of Water Treatment Plant 1, Water Treatment Plant 3, and Wastewater Treatment Plant 2. Pete Rosell gave me that tour. We joined up at Water Treatment Plant 1. We were in the conference room. The very first conversation we had was about capacity. He stated that we don't keep it at capacity because it's not needed at this moment for what we expected. So it's not even held at capacity. And we went into talking about the wells. He stated, quote unquote, and I'm under oath here, still speaking up here. He stated, I'm not supposed to show you this. He proceeded to shut the door to the room and show me a huge map the size of the door on the wall. It was all the wells. It was so many wells, my jaw dropped. Tons and tons, and it's not just 66 wells that was presented, tons and tons of wells. So I asked, well, how come all these wells are mostly on the west side? And he says, oh, we keep them as far away from the ocean as possible because of saltwater intrusion. Okay, that made sense. We were talking about, are these wells projected for future uses? Are these online? Tell me about these wells. He said they exist, they are online, and they are manual. You have to go to the location, even in a hurricane, flood, whatever, you have to manually go to the location to put them on and off, and they can be dispersed from different plants. So we don't have a capacity problem, we don't have a well problem, we have a waste problem. And I'm talking tons of wells, so many already existing, and it makes me wonder, are they requesting wells that already exist? I don't see we're adding 2 more wells onto what I saw, and I saw it with my own eyes, and you can call me a liar, but I'm still under oath here, as God is my witness. You have more than enough wells, and we have capacity that have not been met yet. So, and we don't have the budget for this. With that $330 million bond, how dare they come back for more to ask for wells, and especially if they're already existing. Anyways, that's my thoughts.
Thank you, ma'am. Any follow-up, Brian?
2 quick comments. In the hydrology world, the folks in the well experts, they often like to use a description of, is it better to have 5 big straws pulling from the aquifer or from a source, or is it better to have 15 or 20 dispersed because you have drawdown when you pick wells? So that's a simple term theory. You'd rather have a lot of wells and pull less gallons a minute going out than a few in a few places. It protects the well field long term. And then, we here at Palm Coast for the last 50 years, 55 years developed, we're not as fortunate they are a little bit north. You can go down deep and get a 2,500 gallon a minute well. That's the water supply here. There's a lot of fortunate things we have here at Palm Coast, but we just don't have, large capacity wells. It's kind of like you have Saudi Arabia, Texas oil fields, Oklahoma oil fields. It's different everywhere you go. So I think that one. And the second thing, wanted to mention on the 330. We keep on hearing 330 million for the last month, and Helena could back me on this one. It's a $283 million bond for new debt. The other ones that Joel, our financial advisor, found an opportunity for a refund and to give cost benefits. I think it was over $1 million. So it's really $283 million in new debt. I think it's probably good to go on record on that.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Duarte, you can, on the property appraiser website, you can go, and if you do map view, you can see where they designate where our wells are throughout the county, and a lot of them are along the railroad track, if I'm not mistaken, right, Brian?
Yes.
So we have to be very delicate when we're dealing with rezoning issues out there, because that is where the largest source of our water wells are at. Any further discussion from the council? Ms. Cook, if you would call the vote.
Councilmember Gambaro.
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan.
Yes.
Councilmember Miller.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pontieri.
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to Resolution 2026-XX, approving expenses for the 2 utility drive modification project.
Podium or here, okay?
Who's presenting?
I'm presenting, and Carl's going to assist
Okay,
on any details and some other items.
That's fine.
So we have an item here for, it's a $1.675 million. It really consists of 2 elements. One's a $1.5 million upfront cost, and then about $175,000 a year on an annual lease. So at 2 Utility Drive, my understanding is the second oldest building in the city of Palm Coast. I'm not sure the oldest building's still standing or not, but it's 50-some plus years old. It's been added on multiple times. So a lot of different additions to it. The building's been challenged, certainly for a period of time. It's an important facility because it serves as the hub for the utilities operations, its administration, and inventory and warehousing. And it's multiple. There's some buildings where the inventory is still in good shape. We'll use it as a yard for store pipe and warehousing. And but the main building that used to be the customer center, in previous years, and it has administration, field services, water, wastewater crews, the pump stations. It's just been a major challenge. I've been here, a lot less than a year. We've dealt with roof leaks, plumbing failures, HVAC issues, nuisance pests, interior finish are a challenge. So we can spend a lot of time on it, spend money on it. It's disruptive to the workforce and the focus we have on the major capital program of $590 million and $50 million of O&M each of the next 5 years. So we looked at various different concepts. It has, over even before my time, has been looked at, is there a facility we could move in temporary until the mock is constructed, which is several years down the road. The reality of that, and can we keep on patching this together? So we really looked at, if we keep on patching this together, we believe we'll have over $600,000 to $1 million the next several years just on basic necessities to try to bring it up to be, I wouldn't even call it standard, just bring it up to be where we can manage to work in it. And that would be major interruption. We had some fire line leaks. It's a dry line, so after they test it once a year, sometimes, and that will cause a leak, and then it will cause challenges in the sealants. You have to disrupt the workforce. So we're looking at what's our alternatives. And we're looking at two major projects, and a lot of times, first thinking of it, when you have a large construction project like the wastewater plant expansion or building a mock, it's often you have construction trailers. Power plants, petrochemical, everywhere I've been, that's what you do in water treatment plants. So we're suggesting that the alternative to remove the existing building on the west, the main administration building, just to remove it, demolish it. It needs to get demolished one day soon anyway, and then put temporary construction trailers up for the workforce over the next several years. We suggesting that we have 2 5x5 lease buildings that will be Hurricane 3 rated. And then have a triple wide construction trailer for primary locker rooms and restrooms, and also a small break area for the field force. So 100 people, 70 field, 30 office. That probably about $200,000 for abatement and removal, and over $1 million to one of the trailers is more cost effective to purchase than lease, and also connect the electrical, collect the plumbing, and build out a locker room facility. So it's it's a needed. We need a place really for three things. We need a place for people to have workstations, just bare minimum workstation to do the work. 2, we need some locker room, restroom facilities that are adequate for the next several years. And we need to be able to collaborate on this massive investment, important work we're doing. And that's our recommendation, so we move forward and focus on the utility work at hand. Open for any questions.
Council, have any questions?
I have.
Yes, sir, go right ahead.
Is the square footage you have now comparable to the square footage you'd have in the trailers?
It's about 10,000 square feet.
It's about a 10,000 square.
Yeah, this might be a little bit smaller. I've heard our current building's like 11,000, and this might be closer to 9.
And as you know, I mentioned the question, but I just wanted to make sure we've looked at, because there's going to be a delay if we go with the trailers. You're going to have to take one building down and put another one up, so you've got a 2 or 3 month period there where you don't have offices at all. I was just hoping there was some kind of lease available of a building in the city someplace that could be used, since it's going to be temporary, 2 or 3 years, 3 or 4 years, I guess.
I think I probably would count on 3 or 4, and
3 or 4.
hopeful for 2 or 3.
So a lease would be possible. You said you looked at them. I just want to make sure we've really looked at that hard to see if there's some way we could, that way you could go immediately into the building without construction at all. The other option I just thought about, I hate to bring things up like this, why don't we buy a building, use it for 3 years, and then sell it? And in toto, that might be cheaper.
I think I like you sometimes, Mr. Sullivan, but I can't quite see over the green hat, so I might have to stand up. But no, we that certainly has been an idea. And, one of the ideas, would you build something, by the mock that you
I'm
could
talking
keep?
about buying an existing building, obviously.
Oh, buy one?
Buy one that's out on the market.
Yeah.
You mean a prefab?
I know about 4 weeks ago, we have.
Oh, in the city?
Yeah,
Okay.
4 weeks ago, when we had the challenge, I remember looking at Google and I seen this building that seemed like it fit perfect, but it was on the web. It wasn't built yet. It was like a marketing and brochure.
No, this would have to be something that.
Yeah, I don't believe we have been inquiring. I don't believe
I just want to
anyone
make sure
spotted one.
we've purged the market.
I'm not a real estate expert, certainly not in Flagler County. I certainly, as an infrastructure person, has my eyes for that for the last 8, 9, 10 months. Have not seen it, and all our colleagues hasn't said, hey, this is where we need to go. That would be great. I want to focus on water plants, wastewater plants.
And I just want to chime in too, because 70 of those 100 staff of that, that's part of that square footage, they use all the equipment, the warehouse buildings and storage buildings, and all those items are staying on site. So they need to function on the existing site. They have to be there.
I know.
So do you want to split your admin on the other side of the city who interact with those staff? We tried to squeeze it on the site without tearing the building down. There's just no space without getting into wetlands or then dealing with FPL and the transmission lines.
I just want to make sure we pursue that.
Yeah.
So how would this go down, Carl? If
We've
we
already,
approve, if we approve this alternative,
we've had some interaction with several vendors out there. We've talked with Gilbane, our construction management firm, building the mock. Because one of the items was, can we find a space up at the mock? But there's just too much site work and permitting to do before we could find a space up there. But we did entertain them. We've reached out and talked about pricing and quotes from them, as well as some other contractors. But that would be the goal, is we would bring in Gilbane to help manage it. We would self-perform some work, and then we would sub out some of the other work. Like Palmetto, we have under continuing service contract for electrical. We'd probably use them to do electric. We could also have Gilbane obtain additional quotes for that, but we have gotten some rough approximations from vendors, and we would manage the project that way.
so would you be able to put in the prefab buildings before you demolish the other building?
No,
The question I'm getting at is, where's the staff going to be in the interim while this is
We
happening?
dispersed that about 4 weeks ago. We dispersed people out. We have Pete sitting in HR. We have meter services up in Carl's area. We have people at the conference room at Water Plant 3. So about 4 weeks ago, we had to disperse people for an immediate issue. And
So at this moment, all those facilities down there are sitting vacant. You've got people
the
everywhere.
facility on the west side, the main administration, the warehouse where we store our equipment, that still has several people in it, and it's in decent shape. And also, we're using the yard, like Carl said, I should have mentioned. That's still a hub, so there is an advantage of doing it here. Certainly, I've been working on, do you do mock, do you do wastewater plant, and those all had different challenges. And then this is a good element, and once people were dispersed, that kind of made us think about let's go ahead and keep them dispersed, and let's get moving on some temporary trailers here.
Okay, some of these charges on here, like tables and say work tables and chairs, we can't just shift existing infrastructure items that we have on hand now? I'm sure you're not going to just throw away everything in those buildings.
A good bit will go, sir. We're going to trailers. This construction trailer, never in my life did I think I was so excited about going to construction trailers. But it's going to be tighter. So we need to go just some plain Jane, low cost, simple stuff that can work for 3 or 4 years versus the old cherry wood type furniture that might have been sitting there 20, 30 years. Yeah. That's had all sorts of challenges of different type of atmospheric challenges in there at times, but simple tables, not much more sophisticated, not as nice as this, and believe that's probably what we need to do to be slimline
Yeah.
to get in there. This is not buying office furniture to,
Okay.
to,
Yeah, I just want to make use of what we have
A little
if it's
bit.
possible. I understand the shrinking, smaller footprint and all that. So, anything else from the council?
I have kind of a, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just going to say, for me, obviously, a safe workplace is important, and we should, that's the bare minimum, right? And so obviously this is not that case. So fully aboard with getting staff, in a good spot there. I guess my question is, this is just kind of coming out of left field in terms of this. I feel like if we had seen this coming down the road, we could have budgeted for it better and planned for it better than, it being this rush. Okay, we've got everybody out of the office, and it makes sense now to try to move forward with a different plan, so to speak. And I get moving on the fly when things change. I just, wish we had identified this as a potential problem before now, so that it's just not coming out of left field with it.
Yeah, we did budget $181,000 in the current year budget to do some improvements because we knew there was some work that had to be done. I think it just keeps compounding, I think is what we've run into.
like an onion, every time you peel off a layer, and then another issue comes up.
No, I get that, and I'm sure there was some hope that we could just eke it out in this building until the mock was completed. So, let's just work with what we got for a while. I understand that. It's just, again, I would have preferred maybe last year to have this in the budget, where we're talking about, hey, we've got to do this for 5 years until we get to the mock, instead of it kind of being something out of nowhere.
Mr. Miller, I wasn't here last year, but I think knowing a finance background, I think some of the challenges is not being able to borrow money, because this was a personal cash flow decision, people between a trailer, an old house that's been piecemealed, 6 different editions or 7. I think most people would have got a mortgage, a 30-year mortgage, and bought a house and been more cost effective, but I don't believe the folks had that option several years ago.
I understand that, but we could have in advance planned this transition rather than it being like, now it's an emergency situation. I understand our other challenges with not being able to borrow money and things like that, so.
You got something, Vice Mayor?
I have kind of an outside-the-box question/idea. Are we able, since we're talking about these temporary prefab building type deals, are we able to repurpose these? I mean, we talked about using this type of thing possibly for an animal shelter. I mean, is there an ability to, instead of just making this a, hey, let's spend a lot of money, $1.5 million possibly on something that we're going to use for 3 or 4 years, maybe try to get something that would translate so that we could reuse it, anything like that?
I understand that thinking out of the box, almost like Mr. Sullivan, some of the thoughts, going back a few months before we had to disperse people, is would you build a building for several $1 million and use it long term? Same analogy there. So what we decided here when we, if you asked 3 weeks ago when we started putting together, looked at, could you buy the 5x5, similar to stormwater and Public Works have, and buy it, but the purchase price of 5x5 is anywhere to $400,000 to $500,000, and those are better to lease because they do get repurposed by the people who you buy it from. So those are more office administration in the sense if we lease it for 4 years at $75,000 a year, that's what, $300,000 cash flow, and versus buying for $500,000. So in a sense, the market's reusing them, not for us because we're not purchasing those, but the triple wide one that's going to be locker rooms and restrooms basically. That's so customized that the 2 different folks that were looking at the main suppliers of these manufactured facilities say that those don't have much of salvage value and they don't want to lease. You have to go to a third-party lease. So that's why we're purchasing them. So the only one that we're going to own is the triple wide that is basically bathrooms, locker rooms for the people in the field with a minor break
To
room.
your point, though, I wonder
But
if
why would we do that? Why would we spend $300,000 to use something for 3 years rather than $500,000 to own, and then, yeah, and then maybe you can either lease that out or repurpose it.
Let me try this first. So one of the things I was thinking originally, let's go get bathrooms for the people. These are people who take care of the water sewer system in the town. Let's get adequate bathrooms, or just ones that work. So when we go, thinking about the golf tournament last week, I didn't go to it, but I haven't before. They got air-conditioned toilets and all that. Yeah. And so that kind of came up there. So when we start working with the module people, they said the one that you get customized, that those do not have the market on the primary market. You could go get them leased for the bathroom one, but you have to go to a secondary market. We're probably going to pay, 11, 12, 14% interest. So that one's better to purchase over the 3-year period than it would to lease, because there's really not a market for that. The other 5 are office administration with classic 2 restrooms, a conference room or a conference area in the middle, 10 type workspaces around. And those, the market in the manufactured building is to lease it is more cost effective for 3 or 4 years than buying. So
it was 500,000 per 5, so it'd be $1 million to buy them. And one thing to keep in mind, it's utility funds buying it, which then can't be used for a general fund purpose.
I don't believe that. You could do an interfund transfer, couldn't you? I mean,
general fund would have to buy them from utility.
Well, I
correct.
don't think there's an issue with that, but I'm saying I just feel like there's some cost savings to be had here if we take a step back, take a breath, and see what is smarter in the long term.
Well, one thing to think of, okay, so remember the golf course trailers, and we had to reconstruct the whole floor system in the kitchen because of water. You probably could use them for admin for the animal shelter, but this is a wood floor system. It's above ground. You're not going to want to put pets in there. You're not going to be able to clean it. You're not
those are going to be too specific of use.
These are not long-term structures. That's why they're trailers and you rent them, because they do have an end of life, which is short, as opposed to investing the dollars in a permanent structure. But
I just can't.
That is an option.
Just for a second, I can't resist on that one. Yeah. You know where those trailers at the golf course came from? They came from Grand Haven. They were at Grand Haven being used as temporary clubhouse, and they moved them over to the other golf course when we took the old Palm Harbor Golf Course clubhouse out. That's the history on that.
So they can be moved.
Yeah, they were moved and they're still there.
I think this is a good track to go down in terms of cost savings for the animal shelter. I mean, this is my whole point about this coming out of left field is we don't have enough money for an animal shelter, but now we have enough money to come up with 1 month to do this, and I agree it's a necessity, right? We can't have our employees working in bad places, but.
Yeah, I'm with you, Councilman Miller. I think, yes, we know that this facility is in really bad shape. We need to get our folks in a better situation like yesterday. I just want to make sure, and city manager, I would put this onus on you with our directors. Are we doing this the right way, knowing that if we can translate this to another use, even if it is, so what if it's only for 2 or 3 years that we have some admin offices for the animal shelter while we build out other portions of it? If it can save us, we can phase it, exactly. If it can save us hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I think it could, I don't know why we don't, maybe just like I said, if we need to move in a different direction or be a little malleable here, knowing that we have these other needs, particularly if we do get appropriations from the state or if the county gets them for the animal shelter, we're going to have a certain amount of time to use that money. Where's it coming from? So I don't know. I just think that we can maybe take a breath here and look and make sure this is the best way to go about it. I'm happy to budget the money. I just, this is the amount. We say, okay, we're going to approve this amount, but making sure that we're going the right route with it.
We can look at purchase versus lease again. And if you asked me 3 weeks ago, a week after people moved out, we knew we had at least 2 weeks minimum of cleanup, that my original thinking was you purchase them. But you purchase a 5-wide at closer to 500,000, maybe low 400 if you're fortunate. And then the lease costs from 2 different vendors coming in at 75,000 a year. It became, a 3 or 4 year issue. It seemed more cost effective to lease it.
Spreading that impact out of the operation.
Yeah, because those ones could then, the market, they take it and sell it remanufactured or what have you. We've asked about remanufactured. We're fortunate to have, Gilbane's working on the large project under their general conditions. they're doing this for their small fee. They're not adding any cost of management. They're working in their time. So they were able to get 2 quotes, and so it's my first time I visited here with Mr. Strobridge, we walked in there, and my vision originally was a lot like a couple of you saying up there. Let's go buy a $500 a square foot, 6,000 square foot building, $3 million, concrete block, and let's use it for construction instead of a trail or a construction building, then repurpose that. But the reality, pragmatic. That's me maybe being optimistic. You got to find the land. You got to figure out how to do that. Probably take you 9-12 months to build it. I wish we had that done. So it's really we got almost $1 billion work in the next 5 years. $50 million a year on O&M times 5, $600 million on the capital. Having a place for the people to work, to collaborate is essential to use that money effectively and efficiently. So I haven't came up with a better idea in the last 6-7 months.
Part of what we're trying to do, this is funded from what is going towards, earmarked for the MOC. So we're reducing the savings of the MOC to advance that project. So, purchasing is an option. It just uses more of the money that's kind of set aside for the MOC from the utility fund.
The utility fund puts it in the MOC interest, whether it's 3%. If you transfer in $7-8 million a year, you get about $250,000 interest. I've looked at it that way. When you wake up in the middle of the night, think about what to do here, and it's a rental. It's a rental. It's to get us to build us to the next generation of water sewer utility.
I just don't know how. We definitely can look at that to see what's feasible. I don't know how much straight admin space they need that doesn't have animals that are an animal shelter. Because an animal shelter setup's going to be much different than an office environment in terms of finishes and
There's the way it was described to us. We're gonna have some buildings for them to live in, right? But then there's also a separate space that's administrative, some veterinarian.
Veterinarian, you're welcome.
So it's going to be very similar to office space. There's going to be like a welcome center or whatever, but there's a separate building, right? That's not where the animals are housed. So I think this may be appropriate for that to reuse those to save a little money, so to speak.
It could save money, correct? If the intent is this is temporary, now eventually you're going to build something permanent, so that money is thrown away, at the end of the day.
But again, so for instance, we were talking about phasing it, right? So if the plan, and I don't know what the final plan is yet, I don't think we've gotten there yet with county and any of that stuff. So we're building this stuff, right? If you can't really have these animal facilities without the admin, right? Because someone's got to be there. But this would allow us to potentially use this facility as the admin phased, right? So we can build the animal facilities in one portion and then push those admin building costs off a year or two with this temporary, or even longer. I assume these, based on the fact that they've been over at the golf course for a very long time, and we're at a different location before that, and the portables I see at schools that seem to have become permanent structures that they can last for quite a long time. So potentially could offset some of that $3 million that we don't have, right? So I think there's an opportunity here for reuse. If I may, I hope I didn't interrupt, but I had another question about, okay, so 5 years from now, mock facility is completed. We move out of the temporary facility. What's the intended use of this land after that?
I can just go by what council previous discussion was, that this site being prime real estate would be sold to Utility Drive, would be sold off.
Okay, so it'd be,
that was my understanding, but
currently,
that's really council direction.
it's currently zoned as what, governmental, or is it industrial?
I don't know what it's zoned now for use.
Gotcha. So essentially these portable buildings would come off. We'd have basically an empty site plus those warehouses that exist on it, and we would sell that as some sort of commercial industrial property.
Yeah, whether we clear the site totally and have like a pad-ready site for someone to develop something.
Right. Okay. The reason why I asked too is that, what's the ROI on a structure that may make that more valuable if we were to sell it, or we have another use within the city for that site after utilities moved out. So just trying to explore all those opportunities.
One of my
Says municipal.
one of my biggest concerns is running concurrent with what they want to do as far as the animal shelter. If we're saying 4 to 5 years to finish the mock, you know, that'd be 4 or 5 years before we
That
can
would be
move
waiting on that,
those,
yeah.
move those temporary structures out there. So I don't think it works as far as the timetable on it.
I just think,
Well, what do we want to do, council? Do you want to table this and have them do further research, or?
So I have another concern too. The mock has already taken it's already been taking longer than I think anybody really anticipated. These projected costs are based on it still staying on schedule as you're hoping right now. It could still take even longer than what you project, in which case you're, again, adding lease payments. I mean, I could foresee us paying lease on something for as long as it would take to buy it. I really could, based on the trend so far for the construction and finalization of the mock. I know that's not what anybody wants, but it's reality, in which case now, after 5 years, we could have purchased something that has equity with the city. So I think if you're going to pay this amount of money, I think it's worth it to pay a little bit more and have something the city owns. That's just my opinion on it. And I think it is money well spent, to the point where I say, you know, this may even go into emergency. I mean, because of the condition of that building. And I don't know, Helena would have to, figure this out. I don't know if this qualifies as something that we could dip into contingency for and do a transfer for. I don't know. And I don't know if council would be willing to do that, but I think that we're not being business smart with this decision.
I think all due respect, if we want to purchase the two, then the top number, 1.5 million, goes closer to $2.5 million, and the annual lease payment would go down to 0. So buy versus purchase is $1 million versus $1.75. So it's about a 5 or 6 year payoff. So if we do think that we're going to need it for 5 or 6 more years, then that would probably be an economic payback. We're not doing net present value for this. This is not a typical alternative analysis net present value. It is emergency. It was thought about coming here as emergency originally. So if you want to give that direction, we could do that. If people feel like we're gonna reuse them possibly, we could purchase them instead of leasing.
And there is money in the current year budget. I think we have 2.8 million for the transfer to the mock this year. So that transfer amount, you would have to adjust what's on the, in the agenda background to bump it up to the 2.5 million. But there's current funding there in current year budget to go ahead and purchase it. And, you could sell them. We end up moving and the animal shelter took a different path and we don't need them. We would put these on the market for sale then instead of repurposing them.
I think the value of that land, particularly based on where it is, because it's in another industrial area, if you sell it with buildings, maybe you do get a good amount out of it. I honestly don't see the mock being done in 5 years. I just don't, based on what I've seen. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I hope I'm wrong. But it's been a lift, and the money is tough. And I know if we use more money towards this, it takes away money that actually goes into the mock, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's kind of a catch-22. I don't know. My position's on it. I'll leave it up to you guys, but that's just my feeling.
So,
Mr. Mayor.
Can we have consensus to table this? How many, what you got, city manager?
So the zoning for the current site is PSP. So if we sell it, then it needs to be rezoned. I think there's great value in the discussion, purchase versus lease. From my perspective and what I'm hearing from staff as well is time. Mm-hmm. So we've got a ticking clock on hundreds of millions of dollars that needs to be kicked off, and we need to get these people positioned. So I would just encourage. I love the discussion. I would encourage us to get to decision quickly so we can go ahead and pull the trigger.
I don't think we should table it either.
Well, how many companies did you research as far as those types of trailers? How many?
Two major ones.
Yeah. We reached out to the one we currently use, and then there was an alternate one that we've got pricing from last time.
What about people dealing with FEMA trailers? Have you looked into those?
Well, Gilbane did some research for us because they rent trailers on big projects all the time and deal with trailers and temporary housing for office staff. So they're in the market, and these are the two firms that work best and provide the best pricing. So that's who they went to. They do have piggyback contracts, state Sourcewell contracts that we can also utilize, but they may actually give us a better price than those piggybacks as well that we're working on.
All right, so we really can't approve this for the money until we know how much it costs to purchase the buildings, correct?
We know the number to purchase is $400,000 to $500,000, and that would change the number from the lease would go away and the capital would go up $1 million. It'd go up $2.8 million is in the current revenue model that was when the council approved the gap analysis last year of after net revenues. There's a pilot transfer, and then there's a $2.8 million transfer to capital fund for the
In the
model.
current presentation, how many years of lease did you include?
I helped write this to start with, did not lock in a number. We put an annual lease of $175,000. It's got to be
If it was
budgeted
5
each
years-
years.
if it was 5 years, that would be-
Yeah,
It's $1 million.
I think it was 3 to 5 years and probably closer to 4 to 5 than 3 to 4.
So when we make a motion, we need to make a motion to approve 2.5 or 2.8 for this. If we're going to purchase
The 2.5 million, correct.
2.5?
Mhm.
So are we got consensus to go that route?
Hey,
Well,
Mr. Mayor, can I jump in here real quick? Getting back to the mock, right? The 12-ish million that we approved to do all the site work, right, is for the site work. You guys are still going to come back to us because we still have to build the facilities, right?
Correct. We, by the end of this fall is when we're looking to have better pricing because we're going to have more refined, detailed plans for the remaining work. Our goal is, we're going to have to phase that again, but we've been working with the design team in Gilbane, basically telling them how quick can we get utility to the site and get them occupying this portion of the site. So we gave them a budget. We said, this is how much utility money is going to have saved up. This is how much stormwater is going to have saved up. We know general funds, the difficult portion of the funding of that project. So public works piece may be delayed getting there because we really need to get a site for getting utility here. So that's kind of what we're sequencing. But again, I don't have those answers today. Our goal is by the fall that we'll have a game plan of this is what we can afford by working with Gilbane in terms of pricing and how we can proceed to advance a portion of the project.
Yeah, so my point is when we talk about the totality of the mock itself, part of it's dependent on us making another big decision in the fall or whatever, and then it's a matter of ensuring we have the funds available to do that. If we don't, if there's an issue, we still have to have a facility for our employees to work in, right? And how that affects that 3 to 5 year ratio could come into play. But
It's not 2.5 worth nothing. It's 2.5 worth 1 point.
something.
Right. Something has to happen. We need to make a decision
Right.
today.
Available, the more that's-
It's just whether we think there's a better ROI in a purchase versus a lease. And if the purchase in terms of the ROI is because of the rates, or if it's because of the reuse after, then that's what we need to determine. Otherwise, I would say we go with the recommendation. If we can't justify that, having these 3 buildings essentially owning them after the fact will provide us with some value and equity, right, of owning them.
And just as a reminder too, we can't move forward with the animal shelter until Public Works, and we have that mock transition. So mock is the number 1 SAP project.
So, I think the timing would work out well, but I mean, even like in the materials that staff has provided us, it says replace existing facilities with temporary facilities for 3 to 5 years while the mock is being constructed. 5 years at $175,000 for a lease is $1 million, almost $1 million. So why not purchase, have some equity, own the buildings? That's my position on it. I would move to approve the purchase at $2.5 million. I'll go ahead and make that motion.
Which, with the intent of buying those
With the intent of
facilities,
purchasing.
yeah,
Mhm.
rather than leases.
So
I'll second it.
we got a second. All right, well, if you can repurpose, there's nothing wrong with that. Some of those depending on the construction, they're very well, some of them are very well made.
School buildings,
Yeah,
really,
yeah.
they last forever.
They are, and I would ask that staff think about that. Can we repurpose, when we're thinking about the purchase, what it looks like, the setup, whatever, can we think about other projects that we know we have? Is it possible to make this malleable so that it can be reused again for a future use?
Ms. Pontieri, can you just re-clarify it? For the
Sure.
record?
I'm making a motion to budget 2.5 million for the purchase of these buildings rather than the lease of them.
So everything else is staying the same, just
Well-
purchasing and selling. What staff is recommending.
And just to be clear, that these funds will come from the mock transfer
Right, we'll
From
reduce the
utility.
transfer to the MOC and use them
out
for
of,
this
the,
project.
out of the utility fund.
Correct, out of the
Yes,
utility
yes.
fund.
And Mr. Miller, you still second that motion?
My second is clarified as exactly the same. Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? No further discussion? Jeannie, you have anything?
The city is opening public comment.
Okay, as a resident, I'm appalled. I'm appalled at this request. The wells that you were talking about, Mr. Mayor, versus the map that I've seen are very, very different.
This
Scarcity
is
and
about this one subject, Jeannie, not
absolutely. So scarcity and urgency. So this reflects the utility management failures that we've been seeing, and we've seen it greatly when it comes to wastewater treatment plant 1. I would say that if you don't like what you have and you can't maintain it, put roofs on, put some bubble gum and duct tape on it, like we have to do at our own homes, then maybe you should sell. Keep everybody dispersed. There's plenty of room at these utility facilities to put up fake walls and split units for your AC and heat. We need to see good stewardship first. This request is outrageous. We don't need to be investing in this at this point. And if they don't like what they got, sell the place. Keep them dispersed. Find a cubby in an area over at the facilities, the different facilities. Like I said, put up those fake walls and AC units and make it cheap to the point. We need some good stewardship because we haven't seen it. And wastewater treatment plant 1 is priority over any of the other water treatment plants, whether it's waste or water. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Seeing no one come forward, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any follow-ups from the council? No follow-ups? Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're moving on to the consent agenda. Anyone have any issues other than $350,000 for tires?
I would just like, Mayor, if we could have staff just kind of explain exactly what's going on with the abandonment and kind of redesign of the easements, just for the benefit of the public. It's a little confusing and it's multiple agenda items, so if we could get an explanation for that, I think that'd be helpful.
Marcus, you want to handle that, or who can handle it? Marcus, you,
I can talk about the first. Yeah, so you previously vacated a previous road, I believe, a year ago in March. Since then, I found some easements that were belonged to FPL that we have to give notice. So the cleanest way is to repeal that resolution, go back and vacate the proper portion that we want to vacate. We're not going to be, the new vacation of the road is not going to be affecting those easements. It's not going to be affecting any property owners or anything like that. It's all property owned by the city. That's those two items. And then, Carl, can you talk about the other item?
Yeah, and the reason we're vacating is it's the mock site. So before the land was transferred to the city or we swapped lands, that property, was parceled out with some proposed right-of-ways to serve various lots, within that area. So they're basically the building's going over where there's right-of-way. So, part of the agreement when we purchased the land was that they were, they weren't going to protest or go against, us vacating that land. So now we're just vacating that land as we move into the phase 2 of the mock. And the last item is to record a right-of-way map. So now that we got the alignment, the construction plans are all done for the roadway extending west, this takes care of identifying that as a right-of-way map, so that new roadway will be part of the right-of-way. So if utilities come in and they want to run conduit to get under the tracks to serve, out west, and it's right-of-way. So then we're not granting utility to FPL or someone else to be in that area.
I would like to mention, I'm sorry, did you have anything else, Vice Mayor?
No, Mayor.
On item 11, administrative authority for plotting plats and replats, and I brought it to the attention of the city manager. Well, whenever this whole thing from last year with the legislature, anytime that we have something that's done administratively, I want to see it also, so we can see what's going on in the queue, because water is still an issue, and I want to know.
Yes, sir. Council will continue to be informed. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was we gave them direction, so to the extent that still applies, which I think it would, with you, Mayor.
Anything else? Anybody else have anything on the consent agenda?
I did have some questions with regards to 14. 14 is the find with the waterfront property agenda item. So I really appreciate the work that Fine does. Love Waterfront Park. Spend a lot of time there. My concern is I want to make sure we're not taking more money from Find that we then have to match to continue to put hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars into this park when we have a lot of other park-related needs. So when I look at the list of things that we'd be asking for possibly in this program application, there are just some things that I don't know that we really need. Like, do we need to spend more money on a fishing pier, another picnic pavilion, shoreline stabilization, obviously we need, but I just want to make sure that if we get money, we don't overcommit and have to spend it within a certain amount of time.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. We don't yet know how much money we will be offered. The intent is to apply for the grant this month, and then we'll have we'll present to the Fine Board in June. In October, we'll find whether or not we're actually going to receive a grant and how much that'll be, and at that point, we can determine the scope, funding that we'll be able to match, and we'll have a better idea of what it is that we are going to do and what we can afford.
So we don't have to accept the full amount, right? So
correct. It's up to 50% match.
So essentially, we can ask for more, and whatever we can afford, we can take.
Correct. Exactly.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Anything else?
Mr. Mayor, move approval of the consent agenda.
Got a motion to
Second.
We got a second. Anything else from the council? Nothing else from the council. We'll open up for public comment.
It's waited too long.
Jeannie Duarte, this might seem a little familiar. I don't expect a check back from the developer for $115 million for the road, but I expect infrastructure. So out of that money, what kind of infrastructure did we get? Have we gotten anything, or are we still paying for that road? I have a big problem with the westward expansion when the funds are coming from the citizens that were supposed to come from the developer. Can you please explain where that money went and what's going on with that? I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else for public comment? Yeah, that westward loop road is not fully funded. We received those funds from state that was appropriated, and we are moving forward, right, Carl?
We're in the design phase west of the tracks. We already have a construction contract approved for the first phase to get right over the tracks.
Yeah, so there's more to come on that, Ms. Duarte. Yeah, 2 flyovers, one on Palm Coast Parkway, one on Matanzas. It's, I'd say, 7 to 10 years.
Yeah, west of the tracks there is no local match. It's 100% state funded for what was received from the appropriation, other than what we've already spent on design, which was under $1 million, I believe.
Okay. Anything else from the council? We got a motion. We got a second. Ms. Cook, call the vote.
Vice Mayor Pontieri,
Yes.
Councilmember Gambaro,
Yes.
Councilmember Sullivan,
Yes.
Councilmember Miller,
Yes.
Mayor Norris.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to items not on the agenda from the council members. Anyone have anything for the good of the order?
I got something. I just wanted to mention that sent everybody the link for the council bracket competition. Just a reminder, we had talked about maybe throwing in $50 each. The winner of the bracket can determine the charity that gets the winnings. I also included the city manager in the email and link if he would like to participate as well. And other than that, the Gators got a little bit humbled this last week during the SEC basketball tournament. So hopefully that's a trend that will not continue. They're, I think, ranked in the top 5 now, the 4th #1 seed. So looking forward to all the March Madness action going on here in the near future.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
Over here, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Vice Mayor's got it.
Councilman Gambaro. We'll
Yeah, go
work
ahead.
from the out in.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. No, I just wanted to take a moment and recognize that, we've had some fallen service members here over the last couple of weeks in our fight against Iran, to keep their families and their loved ones and their teammates in your prayers as we continue as a nation to take on this task. And again, what you see in other countries and how their governments operate, we might have some pretty strong disagreements even here on this dais, or even with folks that come up and give their opinion on matters, but we still live in the best country in the world, and it's still worth fighting for. But sometimes when we fight, we do lose a brother or sister. We just gotta always remember them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Sullivan?
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I think the KIAs is 13, the injured, most of them not severe, is around 200, just for general knowledge. Vice Mayor?
Yes, if I could, well, I have an update, and then I am going to ask for consensus from council for 2 things. So, update on Flagler Humane Society. I had my quarterly meeting with them as the liaison yesterday, and it was a really informative session. They definitely wanted to know where we were as far as joint county-city shelter. We talked about that briefly, but we really focused on our ordinance as far as animal control, anything that we have in our code as far as the treatment of animals. And some of our codes are actually not congruent with state statute right now. They're just a little outdated. And then there were some other things that Amy from the animal shelter had suggested that I thought were some really good suggestions. So I would ask for consensus from council to have our code with regards to treatment of animals and animal control come back for a workshop so that we can readdress that portion of the code.
You got mine.
I think the governor will be signing that law. There's a new law coming in for animal cruelty, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Increasing the penalties.
I have no problem with that.
No problem. So just for clarification, are you just looking for a background on what the new legislative is and what our code currently does, or do you want us to make recommendations?
I would like us to look at the entire animal section of the code.
We're going to have to probably make some modifications.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to make
It
modifications.
sounds like that they're
Amendments.
probably already out of compliance with state, but then also anything new that's happening.
Yeah. And then the other
It
thing.
might make sense to maybe do it after July 1st if there's a new law that's being signed.
Yeah, everything would
That way,
goes
Yeah.
effective July.
that way we catch everything that happens this cycle too.
Yeah.
Workshop schedule it? Is that what you're, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
And depending on what they do with e-bikes at state level, we may have to modify.
Ours are still good. Even if they make changes, it gives us guidance that we can go by ours.
Okay. What about the
Good to know.
age?
I think it's still up, but I'll confirm.
You'd have to go by the state age, right?
I think if we don't have an ordinance in place, but I'll confirm that.
Okay. Anything else, Vice Mayor?
Yes, particularly in light of what I think we've all probably heard or gotten wind of regarding Little League, I would like us to readdress our policy that we currently have in place for permits that we give for field usage, leagues in the city, how we treat locals versus out-of-county leagues, what we charge them, the facilities that they use, et cetera. I think we need to readdress particularly based on the supply and demand, the increased demand and the lack of supply, making sure that we are being fair to our local leagues and that they're getting the field space and that they're, quite candidly, I think out-of-county leagues should pay more than our local leagues. And that's pretty standard. I've kind of done a little bit of surveying myself in this general area surrounding counties. So I would ask for council to look at that again. I don't know if it fits in another workshop that might be coming up from Parks and Rec. It probably does. It probably doesn't warrant its very own workshop, but if we have something coming up that we can maybe fit into
We
it.
have the golf course coming back to us in April. Was it the 14th?
Somewhere around there.
I
yeah,
don't know if
believe.
it's a work, maybe that's a council meeting.
Right, and we're also a little more on this, Vice Mayor. There's also a meeting with the league next Tuesday as well to start working on those issues as well as the MOU. So there's some good discussion that Mr. Hurst has already started.
Okay.
With that meeting scheduled for next Tuesday.
That might be a tight squeeze for him. He's probably cringing, thinking that maybe there's more things added to his plate unless.
No, he had already briefed me up about the issues with the league and the discussions and the problems, and he had already jumped on this issue preemptively.
Okay.
And had already started some discussions and has already got a meeting scheduled for next Tuesday. So.
Okay, so if that can just be included, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I would just echo your thoughts on that because we're having some great successes with our leagues, but the approval process for those permits is causing some, I think, safety concerns, like for Ralph Carter Park. And our team, where's James? James back there. The team has done a great job in putting up huge signs, don't park on the side of the road, right? But it's because of some of the success that we've had in our teams growing, right? So there's second and third order effects to how we permit and things of that nature. And I know the city manager is kind of tackling some of those head on for us, but I agree with you. I think we should get an update on what's the way ahead with the success that we've had.
Yes, sir. Specific to the permitting issue, I've already talked with Mr. Hurst, and now that we have the board set, I would like to make that particular topic one of their initial charges, as well as looking at fee schedule, see what we charge for use. So we've started those good discussions too.
The Cub Scouts, they can get a merit badge if they speak to someone in government. And I went out to Rimfire, and they had sports going on, and the sheriff's department or sheriff's office had a vehicle station out there to keep them from parking on the side of the road. So that's positive. So
That's good. That's the first I've seen, but I mean that's good that they're doing it because I was going to call the sheriff.
he was stationary. He was stationary sitting there. So what's the time? You have something, Councilman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. No, I totally agree on that. I think there's some particular challenges with Indian Trail Sports Complex and the fact that we have a lease with Little League. So some of this is a little, in the past, it's been out of our control in terms of usage. And I don't think we're getting the best and maximum usage out of that facility because what has happened in the past is that they submit their usage, and their usage is basically like 95% of the time, even if they're not on the fields, they're just claiming the fields. And then other sports leagues, travel ball teams, et cetera, are sitting there looking at empty fields saying, I have nowhere in this county to practice, but this field is sitting empty, and Little League claims it's permitted and being used. And so I think maybe as part of this, we need to kind of look at maybe if we need to take control, a little more control over the specific usage of the fields in terms of how that works, because in the past, letting them determine that has not seemed to work very well. So I just want to make sure, because of all the issues we have and our need for multiple types of fields, rectangular fields and diamond fields, that the fields we do have are being used if there's a demand. If somebody wants to use a field and it's sitting empty, I think it's a problem. And the fact that we have lights on all of those fields now, you can go till 9, 10 p.m. now with all of that. So there's more availability because we just did the upgrade this past summer on the softball side of that Indian Trail Sports Complex. So there's more available fields for longer I just want to make sure that we kind of include that in this, that the management, the time management and the use management is part of this conversation.
Yeah, definitely.
Sounds good. You got all the guidance you need, city manager?
Yes, sir.
City attorney, you got anything?
I will just wish you a happy St. Patrick's Day. That's all I got for you.
Don't get drunk. Any final things?
Happy St. Patrick's Day, sir.
You didn't show up.
Really quick, I am going to do a pool. I'm in for the March Madness City Council charity pool, so you can count me in.
Okay, we got two, at least three.
All right, we got 3, okay, all right, 4.
We got anything else? No.
Public participation has not happened.
No, I didn't. We did public participation on the consent,
We
but not
skipped it.
final.
Oh, final public participation, Ms. Duarte. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Jeannie Duarte. Attorney Marcus Duffy, I gave you 5 pieces of paper, okay? Could you please point out where on these official ballot samples that it says or suggests removing the mandatory special election language in the event of a mayor vacancy? And where did we approve to substitute it with a vice mayor assuming the role for the duration of the term? I'll give you a minute. Once you're finished with your explanation, please pass down the paperwork to the city clerk for filing.
Are you done, Ms. Duarte?
No, I
You gotta
have
follow.
2 more minutes.
You can stand there all you want. He's not going to do anything.
You recited it, August 27th, 2024. You think that there's a special election in case of a vacancy of the mayor's seat. So you guys are contradicting. So
The charter is very specific about special elections for the mayor.
that's not what he recited, and that's not what the current charter's showing.
He probably wasn't reading that portion. It's further down in the charter. But are you done with your comment?
No, I'm not. That's actually the same altered language that was given to the Charter Review Committee. They gave me a copy too. So would you agree that the ballot, the copies of the ballots that I gave you, are deceptive? Where is that language that says that we removed the special election, the required mandatory special election? Where did the citizens approve that? It must be deceptive, and you must be lying on. And remember, anytime you're sitting on that dais, you are under oath. Every one of you are under oath every time you're sitting on that dais. I'm done now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-ups, city attorney?
Yes, I will say this. I have been on this dais for 2 years now, and for a year and a half, Ms. Duarte has pledged stuff that are incorrect, and she does not do her research. This has already been litigated. It is already done. 5 people up here have moved on. You need to do the same. And by the way, don't you dare try to come back up here and have a
What
response.
was litigated?
Public comment is over.
His seat was litigated.
Ms. Duarte,
mayor
Ms.
staged-
Duarte.
Oh, no.
You're about to be removed. You are outside
I'm more than
the
happy to be
bounds.
removed. Go ahead and hit your ballot, your whatever.
Commander, please remove her from the chamber.
So like I said, Mayor,
Motion to adjourn.
one more thing. Everything you guys have done is done legally. I am not going to keep going round and round with her on this issue. The charter has been followed. The charter committee followed everything. This issue is closed, and we are done with it. I've given my advice. I'm moving on.
Thank you, sir. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Ms. Cook, I got one more for you.